Hello, y'all. Happy Thursday. Hi, Greg. How are you? How is the baby? How is everyone? Should we switch to Candace Lucas for a little bit? I think we might. Why not? Okay, there we go. Hi, y'all. How are we doing? Happy Turnabout Thursday. How are we doing? Today I have a case lined up for us because I feel like it's a minute since we've done a case. It's been a minute. And then there's a Bose video that's kind of old, but I wanted to watch because I've never seen it about child psychology, and y'all know that I like to nerd out about psychology things. But today's case is fairly recent. It's about a children's book author that is also a murderer. She wrote a book about ways to help your child through grief, or like a book to help children get through the grief of losing a parent, when in actuality she killed her husband, aka her children's father, over money and housing property. It's very, very messy. So yeah. Yay, I'm glad. Did you see my Discord message that I sent you last night? I figured that you were asleep. Updates. No, like when I opened my Discord the other day, it had like 15 updates, and I was like, where are y'all coming from? What? When did this happen? You open every day with no issues. But yes, that's what I have lined up for us today. And then to decompress, as per usual, I have a cute little baby seal video that I totally forgot was in this playlist, but it's adorable. Maybe you have from day one, though I may do more. Skin to Skin is so cool and relaxing. I'm glad to know you've done it though. I was like, I figured that he has. It's so cool how that works with the human body and everything. It's really cute. Okay. I was gonna do the Stephanie video on this one because I like how in-depth she goes with things. Yeah! Stream Elements is wildin' with PCG, basically. I don't know, they're just not getting along these days. But yeah, Dreading made a video on her case not too long ago, like yesterday. I was thinking about doing Stephanie because she does the more in-depth versions, but her video, the podcast is like an hour. So I figured a shorter version would be nice, and I wanted to see how Dreading covered it. But there is another case that I want to cover once more information about it comes out, that we are going to watch the Stephanie videos for it, because she does really in-depth research for her stuff. So ooh, seasoning fish. Oh my god, fish sounds so good. Yes, mobile. All right, let's switch over. Let me do some magics. Wait, why am I pulling this window up? I have cooking with your streamer buddy on the side. That's a vibe.
Born on May 13th, 1982, in Bountiful, Utah, and from an extremely early age, learned how to take charge of the world around him. His parents...
There we go. Turn on the captions.
Parent, a sibling, or a friend, talking about loss with kids can be a tricky subject.
Joining us now is author of Are You With Me, Corey Richens, to share her 3 C's to helping kids cope with grief. And Corey, I want to start with your story. What happened in your personal life?
So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year. So it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us, and he was 39.
This is her.
Took us all by shock.
Eric Eugene Richens was born on May 13th, 1982, in Bountiful, Utah, and from an extremely early age, learned how to take charge of the world around him. His parents owned a ranch full of livestock, and as the eldest boy, his daily routine included getting up at the crack of dawn, hauling hay, feeding the animals, and doing hard labor. He was an incredibly driven and competitive man, never content with just being good at something when he could be the best. When he wasn't working on the ranch with his family, he was playing basketball, baseball, and soccer. In the off-season, he would run cross-country, figuring that it would give him a competitive advantage. Similarly, he loved hunting and camping, considering himself to be a skilled outdoorsman. In different interviews given by friends and family, they would remember Eric stating that if there were ever a worldwide catastrophe and he was forced to survive in the wild, he would barely notice. He spent his free time off-roading, traveling the world on hunting trips, and working hard to make those trips possible. Eric was also an active member in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, more commonly known as the Mormon Church.
Forgot that they're Mormon.
Religion, and while in college, served a 2-year mission trip in Mexico City, where he learned to speak Spanish fluently. On the trip, he fell in love with masonry and was determined to own his own business when he returned to Utah. In 2012, Eric returned home and started his own business in Camas, Utah, when one day, while checking out at Home Depot, the woman behind the counter encouraged him to ask out one of her coworkers, Corey. Corey was born April 20th, 1990, and was described as an incredibly put-together, normal woman. One anonymous former friend would tell the New York Post that she was the type of friend who could do anything if she was determined to do it, no matter how impossible it seemed to anyone else. When Eric and Corey began dating, friends would say that the couple was perfect. They seemed incredibly in love, and it was no surprise that the couple would move into a spacious mansion and marry each other in the home's backyard on June 15th, 2013. Corey would leave her job at Home Depot and begin working in real estate. The couple would have 3 sons, Carter, Ashton, and Weston, and to the public, they seemed like an incredibly happy, well-rounded family. But looks tend to be deceiving. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today, we are going to be covering the ongoing case of Corey Richens, the woman who is currently on trial for killing her husband by dosing him with a lethal amount of fentanyl, then going on to publish a children's book about grief. As this case is ongoing, and the accused has denied the charges against her, she is presumed innocent in the eyes of the law. As such, we will simply be going over all the facts of the case, as presented in court documents, and going over her defense and the strategies they will likely be using
Yeah.
in court. This video has been widely requested in the comment sections of our last couple of uploads, as well as on our Patreon, and directly to our dreading email. So it was clear that this video was something that the vast majority of our subscribers wanted to see. Similarly, if there is a video you would like to see made on this channel, or a case you would like to see more attention brought to, feel free to email us at dreading.official@gmail.com. With all of that said, let us begin. The Richens family was extremely active and routinely took exorbitant holiday trips. Eric actively coached his boys in every sport they played. They went to every sporting event that they could, and they were all active in the church. From the outside, everything was fine, but for the last couple of years of his life, Eric began to tell people closest to him that his lovely wife was trying to kill him. The first time he became suspicious of his wife was when the family was on a trip to Greece. According to the arrest affidavit, Eric told his sister that Corey made him a drink that made him violently ill. The manner in which he was affected by this drink was beyond a simple case of food poisoning, or anything that he'd experienced previously, and according to his sister, he was so shaken by this experience, he told her that should anything happen to him, that his wife was likely behind it. Corey denied any wrongdoing by both Eric and his family, claiming that this negative reaction was likely due to something he had eaten earlier in the day, and allegedly feigned hurt when Eric became distrustful of her. She repeatedly stated that for him to think that she was capable of hurting him was worse than anything, and attempted to repair the trust that had been damaged between them. But that would not be the only attempt on Eric's life. Valentine's Day of 2022, Corey surprised her husband at work, bringing him a homemade lunch to celebrate the holiday. After she left, Eric took one bite of the sandwich, which left him unable to breathe and covered in hives. Thankfully, he was able to use his son's EpiPen and take some Benadryl before ultimately passing out. After this second reaction, Eric became convinced that his wife was trying to kill him, so much so that he changed his life insurance policy so that his sister would be the beneficiary. He told his friends and family, and though they encouraged him to leave Corey, he felt conflicted. On the one hand, he truly believed that his wife had made 2 failed attempts on his life, but on the other hand, he had no proof. All he had was vague suspicion. And what if he was wrong? Did he actually want to put his sons through a contentious divorce? Did he want to put himself through that? He was confused, paranoid, and beginning to look into what a divorce with Corey would look like. When on March 4th, less than a month after the Valentine's Day lunch, Eric was found dead from a fentanyl overdose in the family home.
It's
According to
so
Corey's version
wild
of
that he
events,
felt
from the night her
trapped
husband was
like
found
that.
deceased, they had been celebrating either her closing on a house for work the night before, or their plans to purchase a $2 million home that night. To celebrate, Corey made Eric his favorite drink, a Moscow Mule, and brought it to him in bed, before she ultimately went to sleep in one of her son's rooms, given that he was having nightmares. Notably, she claimed that she left her cell phone in the couple's bedroom, plugged in,
If I
charging next
remember
to her
correctly
bed. At
from
3 a.m. the
Stephanie
following
covering
morning,
this
she
case,
woke up
she got
and walked to their
arrested
bedroom,
like right
hoping to spend
after
the
this
rest of the
interview.
night sleeping next to her husband. But when she climbed into bed,
Immediately.
she tried to
Right
cuddle
after
her
this
husband
interview.
and felt his body was ice cold. She tried to wake him up, but he was completely unresponsive and she couldn't find a pulse. Immediately fearing the worst, she called 911. While on the phone with 911, the dispatcher told her to attempt to revive her husband by performing CPR, which Corey claimed to have done. When the first responders arrived, they found Eric dead at the foot of his bed. An autopsy was later performed on Eric's body, and the cause of death was determined to be a significant fentanyl overdose. The medical examiner found that the fentanyl had been ingested orally, and he had taken 5 times the lethal dose, much more than anyone would take if they simply had been taking it recreationally. Everyone in Eric's life was shocked at the findings. Eric was an incredibly healthy, active person and never showed any indication of any illicit drug use. No one in his life, save for Corey, knew anything about Eric using illicit drugs, and following his death, no one came forward with any stories of him being out of control in any way. When Corey had finally spoken to the police following her husband's death, she told them that her husband was incredibly healthy and he had never used any drugs stronger than THC. However, when he was found to have 5 times the lethal limit of fentanyl in his system, she changed her story. She repeatedly claimed that he had a secret double life and was constantly using drugs and drinking. She claimed that he kept a lot of his secret life from his friends and family, and they would be shocked at some of the things he had done, but provided no direct evidence of any of her claims. But her story would almost immediately fall apart. When Eric's friends and family learned of his passing, they were immediately suspicious of Corey. He had told multiple individuals about how he believed his wife was trying to kill him and that he was looking into divorcing her. And now that he was dead, seemingly of a fentanyl overdose, they knew something wasn't right. When police questioned Eric's family, they were quick to point the finger at their sister-in-law, stating that she was hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt and that she likely killed Eric to get his life insurance. Years prior to his death, Corey had allegedly purchased 4 life insurance policies, totaling $2 million years before the alleged murder. She also allegedly took out a $250,000 home equity line of credit and spent it, and stole about $134,000 from her husband's business, as well as withdrawing $100,000 from his bank accounts and spent more than $30,000 with his credit cards. According to his family, when she was confronted about the missing money, she agreed to pay her husband back. Following what he believed was the second attempt on his life, Eric had changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policies to be his sister and cut his wife out of his will entirely. At some point, Corey was made aware of the change to her husband's life insurance and tried to name herself as the beneficiary without Eric knowing by doing so online. However, Eric was made aware of this change and immediately reversed it. She was unaware that he had changed his will, or that he made his sister the trustee on his living trust. Moreover, usually in cases of an accidental overdose, multiple people are aware of the person's drug habit, but the police were unable to find anyone, save for Corey, to state that Eric actively used drugs. His business partner described him as active and healthy, and claimed that if Eric had been using, he would have seen some evidence of it. When they looked through his cell phone, they were unable to find any evidence that he had ever used drugs or associated with anyone who did. The day after Eric's death, Corey allegedly had a party at the family's house, which was allegedly supposed to be celebrating the fact
Even the
they
way
had
that
just
she's
purchased
looking at
a $2
these
million
court clips
home.
is like
According to court
cold.
documents, she likely thought that she would be
Angry
able to purchase this
even.
house with the money from Eric's insurance policies and business, and would only be made aware that she wouldn't be able to do so after the party. 2 days after his death, Corey allegedly assaulted her sister-in-law after they found her trying to break into her husband's safe. According to Amy, she went over to the family home to speak to Corey and to see if she wanted help planning Eric's funeral, but found her in the garage with a locksmith that she hired to break into her brother's safe.
Oh
She
my
informed
God.
Corey that she legally was not allowed to be doing that, and repeatedly asked the widow why she wouldn't just ask her father for the code, when Corey physically attacked Amy, punching her in the face and neck. According to Amy, it took 4 people to get the mother of 3 off of her. Shortly thereafter, Corey hired a lawyer to sue her husband's trust, as well as reinstate her as the beneficiary of all of his life insurance policies, and to have her husband's remains cremated. Corey's behavior privately was not in line with a person grieving, but, according to friends and family, she acted completely differently while in public. She began to utilize her husband's death for her own gain, putting together a golf tournament where the proceeds would go directly to her. Notably, no one from Eric's family was allowed to attend the tournament. But that wasn't Corey's only plan to make money off of her husband. She quickly got to work writing a children's book titled Are You With Me? The book was meant to be a comfort to her children and to help other children cope with the loss of a parent. The following is an article written by Dina Manzanares about the book and Corey's life. Corey
I'm
Richens
not sure
is an
she
incredible
cared that
mother
much
who
about
touched
her
our hearts
kids.
by sharing her personal story of loss. Her husband of 9 years unexpectedly passed away just 1 year ago, leaving behind his wife and their 3 young sons. While learning to navigate grief in a new normal, Corey and her sons began to write a children's book to help others cope with the loss of a loved one. She tells us she needs the distraction in a way to channel and articulate the family's feelings. The beautiful book is based around Corey's 3 C's. Connection. Keep the person's spirit alive who has passed, talking about them, sharing memories of them, doing the things they used to do, letting children tell stories of those loved ones. Continuity. Try and keep routines and schedules as normal as possible. Sports, school pickups and drop-offs, living situation, friends, etc. Keep their normal daily environment for as long as possible. Care. Affirming their feelings. Understanding when they are sad, mad, lonely, and talking about those feelings and letting them know it's okay. Don't try to change their feelings, but let them cope with the stages of grief with plenty of hugs, kisses, and empathy. That article was published April 6th, and a little over a month later, Corey would be arrested and charged with her husband's murder. From the moment police arrived on the scene, they could sense that Eric's death was by no means normal. Corey had claimed that she had attempted giving her husband CPR and had gone so far as to text a friend the next day that she had pumped her husband's chest until she hurt herself. But when paramedics arrived on the
Daisy.
scene, it was obvious that CPR had not been administered. They subpoenaed her phone records and found that, according to her phone's activity that night, she hadn't been asleep in her son's room like she claimed.
Is this the
Instead,
first bit?
she had been
Yes.
moving about the house as her husband lay dying, and had sent and received multiple messages, which she later deleted in order to supplement her story to police. The investigation also found that Corey owned a second secret cell phone and had made several suspicious internet searches prior to and directly following Eric's untimely.
Hold on a second. Can I go back? So I see no tears.
Her husband's chest until she hurt herself, but when paramedics arrived on the scene, it was obvious that CPR had not been administered. They subpoenaed her phone records and found that, according to her phone's activity that night,
Yeah, right.
she hadn't been asleep in her son's room like she claimed. Instead, she had been moving about the house as her husband lay dying, and had sent and received multiple messages, which she later deleted in order to supplement her story to police. The investigation also found that Corey owned a second secret cell phone and had made several
And
suspicious
you know,
internet
it's
searches.
also like crazy to me how like people don't clear their search history. It's so wild to me. Like unless you're really internet savvy, like, and not condoning any of this. It's like, fam, your computer is the first place people are gonna look.
Prior to and directly following Eric's untimely demise, including what is a lethal dose of fentanyl? Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Luxury prisons for the rich in America. Death certificate says pending. Will life insurance still pay? If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? And how to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely. Corey seemed to understand that the police weren't buying her story and that they were looking into her, but she hoped that she could warp the facts to fit her narrative. With that in mind, she continued to speak to police, writing this email following up on the case and clarifying her story. Hey, after you guys left Friday, I was trying to make sure the dates were as accurate as possible, but I always feel like something was last year, and it was actually several years ago. Crying laughing emoji. Anyway, you asked me when my doctor had prescribed quetiapine. I believe I told you years before Eric passed. However, I emailed my doctor today to get a specific date, and this was her response. I don't even know if this matters for anything, but it was bothering me. Crying laughing emoji. Also,
This reads as someone who's nervous to talk to the police department.
Eric's company was started in 2010, not 2012. I think I might have said 12. That's when we got married, LOL. Again, none of this probably matters, but it was bothering me. Following that email, she sent the following. Hey there, I thought I would clarify some other items on your list that you spoke to redacted
Oh my god, so many emojis! Girlfriend!
about. The beginning of February last year, my kids had a soccer tournament in Mesquite. The day before we left, February 2nd, 2022, I tested positive for COVID. I have attached a picture of my test from on my computer in my kitchen from when I first found out. Photo 1. I sent it to my mom and redacted to let them know because I was just around the both of them. Eric was the coach of the soccer team, and I'm the annoying mom on the sideline that never stops yelling winky tongue out emoji. We don't miss games or tournaments. We're a huge soccer family. When we found out I had COVID, I didn't want to miss the soccer tournament, nor did I want to get my kids sick. So I stayed at Casablanca. I didn't want to risk getting my boys ill during the tournament and then not play well. I brought a box of home tests with
this
me
is
to
like
test every day,
lifetime
so
levels
I could either
of
join
like
the boys staying at my father-in-law's
this really
or at
happened,
least be
huh?
with them during the game. Casablanca is about 5 minutes from the soccer field. Actually, here is a picture of the room number I stayed in. I had taken a picture from my mom and Derek. I was still positive every day. Pictures attached. I would take pictures of my test to Eric to say still positive. You can check Eric's phone for this. I stood on the sidelines wearing a mask and not interacting with anyone. Happy to get other soccer parents to attest this. Eric had gotten COVID after we got home from Mesquite. You asked
Right.
Redacted
This
about my
reads as
exotic
someone
vacations
who's very
I had
nervous
taken
and
since
just
Eric's
word
passing.
vomiting
I went on 2
everywhere.
trips last year. One, my kids tried out at a soccer camp in SLC to qualify to play in Spain in June, and both of my kids made it. So yes, I took them to Spain in October of 2012. I have attached their invitation letters. Also, Eric and I went to Mexico every year, sometimes twice. We traveled a lot. We have taken the boys to Mexico a few times. We like to go in January. However, January of 2022, we could not go because Eric had his hunting trip to Mexico trip of 2 weeks planned, and it was too much that month. This is not new for us to go to Mexico, or for us to go out of the country, or on vacation with our kids. I took my kids and my mom came with us in August of 2022 to Mexico. As I hope you understand, the months prior to this since Eric's death have been hard to deal with. Pausing the email for a moment, let's talk briefly about this explanation. The question that the other party was asking about was if Corey took any exotic vacations since
Right,
Eric's
like,
passing,
at this
to which the
point-
answer was yes. But the general phrasing of that
Like, to me, this reads as someone who's like panicking a little bit, who's just like word vomiting and giving as much information to make sure that they get distracted, but they're police, so they're not gonna get distracted by all the hubbub. This video is 40 minutes, and we are 17 minutes in.
question is accusatory. It makes it appear as if the police are asking if Corey is reacting properly to her husband's death. In response, Corey bombards the investigator with unnecessary details about the 2 trips she has taken, and how the trips were either not for pleasure or scheduled earlier in the year prior to Eric's death, and therefore are okay. She is seemingly unable to let the accusation that she went on 2 exotic vacations stand, and has to assure the officer that she did go on trips, but she wasn't happy because that wouldn't be appropriate. The addition of frivolous details only makes her appear more guilty and on edge to the police. It's also clear that she is actively asking her friends and family about what they are telling the police. She doesn't say, "You asked me if I had taken any exotic vacations." She says, "You asked someone else." She comes across as paranoid and desperate, which would only make her look guilty in the eyes of the investigators. Continuing, she writes, "No, I have never been to Key West of the Keys in Florida. However, my nanny went with her family in June 2022, so maybe you have something mixed up. Eric's affair was the same year I moved out. The trust was created, as well as him looking into a divorce. I never actually moved out. I moved my clothes out one weekend to make Eric understand I'm not kidding about leaving him if he doesn't end things with redacted. I did this on a Thursday or a Friday while he was out of town.
If
I
he
was home
doesn't end
Monday.
things
I
with
never stayed
who?
another
When did
night
this turn
at the
into a
other house.
relationship
Eric and I
drama?
figured things out like most couples do. Redacted was her name. He changed her name in his phones, so I wouldn't know about it. And
Oh,
honestly,
now he's
we worked things
cheating.
out after that. I never went through his phone again to see if he changed it back, but you have his phone and can check. Eric's family and the prosecution have stated that they had no evidence to show that Eric was actively or had ever cheated on his wife. They did claim that Eric was suspicious that Corey had cheated on him for years, but as far as we know, as of July 2023, everything Corey has stated in this email about him cheating is a lie. Eric and I went to redacted counseling in Camas. We only went about 4 times maybe. It wasn't for us. Redacted and redacted are the same person, as I'm assuming you know that. Haha. I'm also assuming
Oh my-
Redacted
I'm
told
sorry to
Woody
the cop
her
who
husband
had to
got a
read
call
this
from him
email.
and gave all this information, lol. Yet he didn't ever go in to talk to detectives. Ironic how these things work. Mental health. Yes, I got postpartum after my second child in 2014. Yes, I took medication for it. No, Eric and I did not have financial problems ever. Yes, Eric made more money than me. Do you make more money than your wives? Have I ever been financially reliant on Eric in the
Why
last
are you
5 years?
asking the cop
Absolutely not.
this?
Eric did not want me working because 1, his first wife cheated on him with a guy at work. 2, this whole sentence is redacted. 3, Eric wanted us to live the typical conservative life where the man takes care of his family and the wife is a homemaker, wife, mom, and that's it. That is not my personality and not the way I was raised. I am very independent. Even when I stayed home with my kids the first few years, I was in grad school for years because I wanted to be more and do more than be a homemaker, and I did. And when I did and started my business, it took some
So much
adjusting, but
I.
Eric and I were fine with it. We hired my nanny and everything worked out. My nanny, redacted, moved out because she was engaged and she and her fiance were moving in together. That was always supposed to be temporary. She worked full-time for Eric and I for years prior to his death. If anyone can tell you about our marriage, it's her. She lived it with us. Feel free to call her. Redacted has already submitted her phone records to you to prove that your toll is incorrect. Redacted will also be submitting hers over to you guys today or tomorrow. I'm working on getting mine, however, Eric's business partner is not being cooperative, but can call Redacted and ask them, and he would probably give them to you. I know what time I went to bed
Yeah, Dreading never does short videos.
that night. There is not a hole in my story. Hopefully,
Like,
by
this
obtaining
is short
more phone
for
record
him.
documentation, you guys can see this too. Here, Corey is clearly trying to explain away the fact that her phone was open multiple times, and her location services on her phone showed her to be moving around the house while she claimed to be asleep. But those are contradictory statements. Corey could not have been asleep in her son's room while also sending text messages which were later deleted and walking about the house. She knows this, but instead of changing her story and saying that she misremembered, she states that the 3 unrelated people will be submitting their phone records to show she is being honest, and she will be submitting her own records, which would somehow be more accurate than the ones the police received from the cell phone company themselves. She is trying to overwhelm the police by how forthcoming she is being, that if someone was lying about their actions, they wouldn't be able to get multiple people to come forward on their behalf. The reality is that it doesn't matter if 100 people came forward and submit their phone records on Corey's behalf. Her phone records go against her own statements. Happy to clarify or provide
really
anything else you may need.
interesting.
I just want this to be over. I just want our lives back and to move on and grieve and mourn my husband without looking over my shoulder constantly for you guys, or the idiotic private investigator, or the Richens family. Whatever I can do to help close this out, just
Oh
ask,
my
and
God,
I'll
this
give you
email
and
is
tell
so
you whatever you want to know. Please check with the lab on those gummies. She's talking about the THC gummies that Eric took. She believed that Eric drinking and using weed gummies
That's
recreationally was a sign
insane.
that he had a severe fentanyl problem, which it wasn't. P.S. Chad, I hear you now are good friends, the Redacted family. Their son and my son play on the same soccer team. When Eric passed,
The,
Redacted took over coaching. You guys could
Good
even
Day
chat with
Utah
them
or
if you
whatever
feel
it
necessary.
was.
The case against Corey wasn't weak,
Interview.
but it wasn't rock solid. They had means and motive, but the case lacked definitive proof that Corey had ever procured fentanyl.
Did
On May
anyone
2nd,
throw the word
2023,
narcissism in
police
there?
would
Because
interview a
look
woman
at
who previously
her.
worked cleaning houses for Corey's real estate business. This woman would only be identified as CL, as she was already in prison on multiple accounts of possessions of a controlled substance with intent to distribute, possession of a controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia. When speaking with CL, she stated that
I am
between
aware of that.
2012
Is
and
she still
February of
suing the family?
2022, Corey had texted her and asked if she could sell her fentanyl, stating that she was getting it for an investor who had a back injury. Within a matter of days, the cleaner had procured hydrocodone for Corey and was instructed to leave the pills at a house.
I guess
Corey
we'll
was
find
flipping
out
in
at the end of
area.
this video,
The
because when
hydrocodone
I
was likely what was used to poison
listened to
Eric's food
Stephanie's
on
coverage of
Valentine's
this
Day, and
case,
given that
at the time she was still trying to sue the sister and the family.
Eric had survived the attempt on his life, Corey
Yeah, I
allegedly
know.
contacted CL a second time, this time asking for $900 worth of fentanyl pills. According to court documents, Corey allegedly stated that the hydrocodone was not strong enough and she needed something stronger. She wanted, quote, some Michael Jackson stuff, unquote. CL once again obtained the drugs, gave them to Corey, and it would seem they were used on March 3rd, when Corey successfully killed her husband. On May 8th, Richens was arrested on charges of aggravated murder and 3 counts of possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute. The case against her is strong, but mostly circumstantial. Corey was $1.8 million in debt and had taken out multiple life insurance
Jeez.
policies on her husband. If her husband was to perish, she could take ownership of his incredibly successful business, as well as cash in his life insurance and exploit his passing.
How does
as she
one
saw
get
fit. Not only
$1.8
would she
million
be out of
in
but
debt?
she would be
I
able to use his
just that just
demise,
made me
profit,
want to
and
puke.
live the life she had always wanted. She had lied numerous times in the investigation, mostly centering around what she had done the night of his death, and Eric had been suspicious of her prior to his death, but the case was not completely cut and dry. Corey's defense has argued, and will likely continue to argue in court, that she is the victim in all of this. If her phone records are to be believed, she was up the night her husband perished, walking around the house. That does not mean that she killed her husband or knew he was in their shared bedroom overdosing. It's also not unheard of that
money
one of their
pit of
children
a
could have taken her
mansion that was
phone
out in
and
the
used
middle
it
of
that
nowhere.
night, wandering around the home while she was in bed with one of their other sons. Similarly, her history with her husband's side of the family is contentious, as she is fighting for control of her husband's estate. They could very well be lying about what Eric had claimed about her prior to his death in order to retain access to his finances. And, given that CL is already in prison on drug charges that would be lessened if she worked with the investigation, she too could be lying, and Corey could be completely innocent of everything that she's being put on trial for. As of today, Corey was denied bail and will stay in prison until her trial. Her 3 sons are currently in the custody of an unnamed relative, and Eric's sister
I
has
can
filed
only
to get
imagine
custody
how her
of them.
kids
As
feel,
this case is
man.
ongoing,
That's so
we will
sad.
continue to update this story. Let us know what you believe happened down below in the comments. Do you think Corey killed her husband? Why or why not? And if not, what do you believe happened? I look forward to reading all of your responses. Thank you for watching, and remember to stay safe.
Dear Judge Mrazek,
Oh,
I'm here today to
is this the
represent my brother,
sister?
Eric Eugene Richens, whose life was taken in a senseless act of poisoning on March 3rd, 2022. His wife, the defendant, has been accused of committing this crime. If she is found guilty, she has committed the ultimate act of betrayal. Eric is gone, and I am
Oh, she looking
brokenhearted.
at her like she can't
He
stand
was my
her.
best friend and protector. The feeling of loss is so great it is visceral. And with the sorrow comes a wave of panic at not being able to see him again. I can never talk to him, never hug him again, and never more be a part of his life. Eric's world revolved around his family, his love for hunting, the family cattle ranch, and his intense drive as a successful entrepreneur. Being born into the Richens legacy shaped Eric's formative years and resulted in a lifetime of hard work, dedication, and fierce loyalty. At an early age, Eric learned the joys of keeping horses and cows around. He spent countless
What is
hours
that
helping
face
their dad
that
work
she
the
keeps
ranch,
making
hauling
with
hay,
her
feeding the
lips?
animals and mending fences. He loved our family unconditionally and was a devoted son, brother, uncle, and father. Eric was a family man who always strove to be the absolute best father and husband. He was an attentive and loving father to his 3 sons and a devoted husband to his wife of almost 9 years, Corey, the defendant. Eric did absolutely everything in his power to provide his family and his 3 sons with every possible opportunity to learn, grow, and have fun. He was the coach or assistant coach on all his boys' teams, which included soccer, basketball, and baseball. He spent countless hours coaching and teaching the boys.
Okay, real quick. I feel like in cases like these, there's always that one attorney on the side of the defense table that's like hiding his face because he doesn't want to be filmed. Because he's not going to include this case on his resume after this. I hope that man is okay.
To play aggressive and give it their all. Eric truly cared about every single child he coached and wanted the absolute best for all of them. There was never a dull moment when you were around Eric, whether it was him showing up to a family dinner with no socks or the sleeves torn off of his shirt because he had to make an emergency bathroom stop along the way, or his calling to tell you he rolled the 4-wheeler for the upteenth time is stuck and he needs you to come get him. It was never boring. Eric loved to have fun and always wanted to make sure everyone else did as well.
Why did the lawyer look at
He
her
owned
and
almost every
smile?
motorized toy possible, from 4-wheelers and side-by-sides to
I wish
trucks
I
and
could be a
snowmobiles,
fly in
and
her
was so
lawyer's
excited to share
brains.
those with his sons. He had the perfect combination of business sense and foresight. He built a very successful masonry business from the ground up and helped many friends do the same. He had a special ability to build close relationships with everyone he worked with, which really allowed his business to thrive. Eric loved every aspect of his job, but most of all, he loved the people he worked for and those he worked with. Eric faithfully supported organizations that he truly believed in. He never was one that wanted recognition.
Her lawyer
or
is top notch.
accolades.
Really?
He did most things anonymously
I mean,
and
she
without
looks like
recognition.
she's nobody to
Eric
mess
was a true
with.
champion of all people. It did not matter if you were an employee, friend, family.
Yeah,
or the
those
next
phone
random person
searches are
walking down the
crazy.
street. If you needed anything, you could count on him. He truly cared about each person he met. Eric loved fully, laughed loudly, and lived life with reckless abandon. He enjoyed great adventures to far-off places, but also cherished the small and finer things in life. No obstacle was too great for Eric. He simply viewed each one as a challenge. No peak was too high, and the next adventure was always just around the next bend. Words cannot describe the loneliness and loss that is felt in every heart that was lucky enough to know him. Eric was such an inspiration and role model for us all. His loss has created a Grand Canyon-sized hole in this community. Except instead of taking millions of years to slowly form, our worlds change overnight. His 3 boys' entire worlds and their perspectives on life changed. None of our lives will ever be the same. Eric died under horrendous circumstances. I am tormented at the thought of what he endured. I play it out in my mind. I go through the terrible sequence of events. I wonder when he realized he was in mortal danger.
Right.
I wonder what Corey may have said to him in his last moments. How long was he conscious, knowing he would die? Where were Eric's boys when all of this happened? Did they hear Eric's body fall to the ground? Did they catch a glimpse of their father taking his last breath? It's torture to think of. Why did Eric lose his life? Why did the boys lose their father? Was it because of Corey's greed and desire to get life insurance and other assets? If so, that is abhorrent. How could anyone value human life?
Yeah, the statement did get a bit dramatic. I was about to say, the boys didn't see anything.
The thought that Eric meant so little to her.
Bestie.
If Eric had died because of
but I see what you're trying to do.
He could have looked after him and been with him. If he had died because of an accident, people would have tried to help. There would have been kindness. But there's no comfort to be had here. There's no consoling thought in the way Eric died. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, he was faced with betrayal and terror. The thought of it is unbearable. I am haunted by the horror of it. This last year has been a living hell for our family. We have watched as Corey has paraded around portraying herself as a grieving widow and victim while trying to profit from the death of my brother. Both by trying to profit from a book about his death and trying to get life insurance and assets.
I see her trying to generate tears
to his boys.
And it not working.
Immediately after Eric was killed, Corey told us she could not help us get anything ready for the funeral as she was too distraught with grief. We shortly found out that was not true at all. In fact, she pulled herself together enough to go close on the purchase of a $2 million home, hire a real estate agent, hire an architect to create CAD drawings of the home, hire a lawyer in order to file a lawsuit on Eric's trust, hire a locksmith to come break into and clean out my brother's safe, and attempt to have Eric cremated. She mustered up the strength and resolve to do most of this within 48 hours of his death. Corey assaulted me. I will never forget the look in her eyes when she attacked me that Sunday morning. It was early and had been snowing most of the night. I was just getting ready to leave and heading out to the car when I saw a locksmith in Eric's detached garage starting to drill out his gun safe.
Yeah.
I asked Corey multiple times why we could not just call my dad.
I mean,
for the code.
when I
could not understand why
watched
she was
Stephanie's coverage of this, he was bleeding from the mouth apparently, but depending on what the situation is, fentanyl's still a terrible, horrible way to die. But I see what she's trying to do.
into and ruining Eric's safe. To this, she screamed at me at the top of her lungs, called me some inappropriate things I cannot share with you here, and then told me to get out of her house. It was then that I told her that she could not kick me out of my brother's house. My sister Katie was now the executor of Eric's trust and estate, and just like Eric, she would not want the defendant breaking into his gun safe. Corey looked at me with pure hatred and rage. I was messing up her plan. I was getting in her way, and because of that, she attacked me. She punched me in the face and neck multiple times. It took 4 people to pull her off me that day. Before the funeral, Corey opened a bank account and asked everyone that was grieving to send her money instead of sending the family cards and flowers. It was not even 2 weeks after Eric's passing that we were
That's
told
so
she had
weird.
taken down all but one photo of my brother and removed all his clothing from the house. Corey put together a golf tournament in Eric's name
Yeah.
2 months after his death on what would have been his 40th birthday and told his family, all of us, that we were not allowed to attend. Since Eric's death, it has come to our attention that Corey took out multiple life insurance policies on Eric without his knowledge. It appears that she forged his signature on various documents, assigned herself as Eric's durable power of attorney, inappropriately diverted money from his business to herself, and assigned herself as beneficiary of Eric's portion of our mother's retirement account. I should
Oh,
also
wow.
not forget to mention the multiple life insurances she has taken out on the boys. Her most recent business venture was authoring a children's book about how to help grieving children cope with
Yeah.
the loss of the death of a parent. In this book, she had the audacity to use the boys' real names and even use their last family portrait.
Oh.
Her behavior gives me great concern, as she has exploited the boys for money and will likely
That's gonna
do
be
so
such
again.
trauma for them, like
In
now
addition,
and
Corey
later.
has weaponized Eric's children, manipulating my dad to do or not do things by threatening to cut him out of their lives if he did not capitulate to her demands. She similarly deprived the boys of contact with myself, my sister, and her daughters, unless we agreed to give her the money in Eric's trust. Money that Eric wanted to go to his 3 children. As if that were not enough, I have been told that Corey started telling their 3 little boys that none of Eric's family or friends loved them. She apparently told them none of us cared for them or wanted to be around them, even though that is the exact opposite of what was happening. We all want nothing more than to be there for those 3 little boys, my nephews, yet Corey has made sure to cut us out of every aspect of their lives. This is all just a brief summary and the start of what our family has been through over the last year. We have scarcely gone a day without finding out some new allegations or evidence regarding something Corey appears to have maliciously done to attack and undermine my brother, his 3 little boys, and our family. We have all been there since the beginning of Corey's and Eric's relationship. I was there on one of their first dates. We were there at the wedding. We were there when each of the boys were born. We have been there for every birthday party, school graduation, and rodeo. We welcomed her into our family and treated her as one of us. Not only did she betray our brother, it feels as though she has murdered and taken away a part of our souls as well. Because of her actions, there has not been a
She
day that
doesn't
has
seem
gone by
remorseful
we have not
at
lived
all.
with paralyzing anxiety and fear, worrying for the boys' lives as well as our own. I may
Like
be
she's not even
naive,
trying.
but I never knew evil like this existed.
And if she is,
Corey was in
I
fact
can't
willing to
tell.
pay her
'Cause
money. Who's to say that what she will not do? Who would be next? Corey was in a desperate financial situation when Eric was killed, and that situation seems even worse now. We understand that she has defaulted on loans and is already a defendant in other lawsuits based on her financial misdeeds. I am truly concerned that she will stop at nothing to dig her way out of the problems, including murder. She seems devoid of moral sensibility, and there is no telling what she will do if she is released. Judge Mrazek, her fate lies in your hands. Please do not allow Corey to use the fraudulent life insurance proceeds to get out on bail. That would be morally reprehensible. Please do not allow Corey to take advantage.
You don't think
and
you
make a
like
mockery
this
of our
sister?
justice and legal system anymore. She has done it.
she
Please do not allow Corey to
like
hurt Eric's memory.
I
our
can't judge her
family,
off
friends,
of
and
one victim
community
statement,
anymore.
obviously. I don't know her.
Please do not give Corey the opportunity to hurt Eric's
And
3 boys
I
anymore.
do feel like
They have lost
the
enough and have been through enough.
portion of the statement where she's
Since
like,
Eric's
have the
death, we
boys
have learned
seen
and
anything,
unfortunately
blah,
are
blah, blah,
continually reminded that
is
Corey is desperate,
very,
greedy, and
very
extremely
dramatic.
manipulative. If she gets out on bail, I will be afraid.
However,
not only for
I'm
my own
wondering
life
how much
and those of all of my family,
she knew
but
at
most
this
importantly,
time.
for the lives of Eric's 3 sons. Our family has already suffered enough. Please do not let Corey out on bail where she will be a risk to do further harm. Please protect what Eric put his life on the line for, his 3 boys. Thank you.
Amy, thank you.
I didn't pick up the same vibes. Also, it's very cool how YouTube just jumped to the next video that I wanted to do. I didn't even realize they were lined up like this. Let me turn on the music real quick. You know, self-righteous relatives, the ones who drill into your head or act like they behave a certain way and use it to be shady on the down low. Okay, I get the self-righteous feels, and like, yeah, I do get that. Like, I'm not disillusioned by the fact that this family comes from a lot of money, so they're bound to have family members who act like that. I do get those vibes off of her, but yeah, I do believe her. Definitely, but yeah. Right. Like, again, I don't know her, so I can't personally say that, but I do get I don't know where she is in family hierarchy, but I do get I'm the sister and I feel like I know everything vibes. But I do absolutely think that she's hurt in this moment and believe her regardless of those vibes. Okay, now we get to psychologically nerd out. I wanted to see what this video consists of. So let's get into it. I'm excited to see what they pulled up with this.
Child psychology TikTok. They're ruining my life. This first one says this is one of the most important experiments in psychology. Watch what happens when the mom stops giving her baby attention. It shows how sensitive we are to our parents' love and how insecure attachment develops. Great. I can't believe I'm going to find out what happened to me in less than 120 seconds.
I'm screaming.
The baby gives a greeting back to her. This baby starts pointing at different places in the world, and the mother's trying to engage her and play with her.
Okay.
They're working to
Aww.
coordinate their emotions and their intentions, what they want to do.
How old is it? Hold on. Let me see. I think it's like a month. It is an old video. Yep, it's a month.
It's really what the baby is used to. And then we asked the mother to not respond to the baby.
Oh no.
The baby very quickly picks up on this, and then she uses all of her abilities to try and get the mother back. She smiles at the mother.
Girl.
She points because she's used to the mother looking where she points.
Oh no. Girl.
The baby puts both hands up in front of her and says, "What's happening here?" She looks
I would be so
How they gonna make
bad
me
for
cry
an
on the first
experiment
video,
like
bro?
this.
That's
I
me.
would
I'm
melt.
that baby. Help me. This video is sponsored by Care of. Everyone is bad at getting. Do not smell, but you're like you.
on. Why
Wow.
are we doing?
That's right. 50% off. Bose 50.
Come on. Why
Wow.
are we doing this? Even in this 2 minutes, when they don't get the normal reaction, they react with negative emotions. They turn away. They feel the stress of it. They actually.
You're
lose
mad.
control
You're mad at her for
of
ignoring this baby.
Oh no. Because they don't understand what's going on.
Because same.
Hug that baby. Hug the baby. Hug me. Nothing. Mom's in real life. The mom stays unresponsive, and the baby gets more distressed. This is how. Video number 1 complete. Everyone brace in. We got any codependent people out here? Woo! Well, if you don't know
Not the
if you're
editor
codependent
spending
or not,
Bose's
let's
face.
find out. Let's begin the codependency quiz with this lady.
Here's a really good sign that you may be codependent. If you're always looking at other people and saying, I want you to stop doing what you're doing because of how it makes me feel. I can't tolerate your behaviors or your thoughts, so I want you to stop because I'm so attached to what you think and how you behave and your feelings that if you're grumpy, I can't stand it. So I need you to stop doing that.
I think a lot of us dealt with parents that were codependent, and then they became codependent on us, especially if you had a single parent or something. And then you can pick up the stuff. I think I was definitely raised in this environment, but I don't think this is me in particular. I've learned, and also these TikToks are not all just dumb stuff that I've been through. We tried to pick a bunch of different things because we all have different stories, right? And I want to find stuff that you relate to. And you know what? Even if you're not like codependent, I wonder if you can identify if you have a codependent family member.
You know what's crazy? Like, in the rare times that my mom and I have gotten into misunderstandings, because we don't necessarily get into arguments like that. In the rare times that my mom and I have gotten into, like, misunderstandings or something like that, I'll be like, oh, I talked her up. She's calling. Hold on. She's out with my uncle's girlfriend. They're getting, she called me to tell me that they're getting Korean corn dogs. We tried them. Well, I tried one when we were in LA in Little Tokyo, and I really liked it. She didn't try one. But, in the rare times that we've had, misunderstandings or whatever, like, sometimes I'll walk off to cool off. And at first, she would be like, wait, don't walk away from me. I had to be like, Mom, I'm not walking away from you to be rude. I'm walking away to cool off. And so, like, she's never told me to stop feeling something because she doesn't like that I'm feeling that way. She's always been like, you're uncomfortable and I don't like that we're uncomfortable and I want to fix this now. But it's like, okay, but let me cool off first. We've learned that since I've gotten older.
Sucking the life out of you. That's what they do. Codependent people, they take you and then they say, we are one now and you need to behave.
You have such an undefined sense of self because you've never developed your own self-concept. So you just become what everybody else wants or needs you to be.
My camera froze again. I'm gonna slap Cam Link. What is going on? Okay, hold on. Let me. Eh. Okay, I'm gonna have to check Cam Link after stream today because that's been happening way too often. Right? No, like I can't imagine my mom ever saying you can't feel this way because it's bugging me right now. That's really weird.
So that other people are pleased with you so you can have a relationship with them because you just have no defined sense of self. You have a difficult time
Shielding who you are to have a relationship with somebody because you need something, someone, anything in the moment. And you're willing to suppress your feelings, your identity,
You wouldn't try along with you,
everything
yeah.
just to fit into what this person needs so they won't leave you. Ah!
saying these are the things I like, these are the things I don't like. You have no concept of the fact that
Like, I think about, that one friend that I told you about with the boyfriend issues. So, like, when we were in the heat of trying to figure stuff out in the relationship, she'd come back to me and she'd be like, okay, well, I don't want to talk about that. And I'd be like, well, if you don't want to talk about that, then there's nothing that we need to talk about. You're not going to get access to me because outside of this, because you did something and you're being with someone that really hurt my feelings. So we don't need to talk. And she didn't know how to handle that. So it's like weird situations like that that are just like, right.
I deserve to be happy, and no one else is really as concerned about my happiness as I should be.
Man, she hitting right now, but the music in the 30-second clip's kind of getting on my nerves. Okay. We got a minute-long clip. Another one about codependency.
People who struggle with codependency tend to get into a lot of relationships with not very nice people. Or toxic
In the chest! In the chest! Put the gun down! Please.
Because when you're always striving to please someone else, if someone else is an unhealthy person, you will just continue to strive to please them. Where somebody who's not struggling with codependency would walk away.
Oh my god. Have you ever relentlessly tried to meet the standards of an unhealthy person who is not well? Oh no. Oh no!
Oh, Bose.
I'm gonna need y'all to take a step back sometimes and decide, like, is this man or this woman or whoever, are they unwell? Why am I doing this? Oh my god, let me try to get through 15 seconds of a video.
Away from that relationship. They would say, oh boy, this is not a good relationship for me. But people who struggle with codependency don't really look at the world from a viewpoint of me. what's best for me, what works for me. The last person they think about is themselves. So they just develop a lot of unhealthy, toxic relationships. Or the relationship continues to be unhealthy and toxic because the person with codependency doesn't point out to the other person, hey, you're doing something that doesn't work for me. What happens is the person with codependency looks at that situation and says, that thing that you're doing that doesn't work for me, I will find a way to tolerate it. I will find a way to make it work for me. Because they don't feel like there's any other recourse to look at someone and say, I don't really like when you do that.
I feel like they're gonna lose everything if they say it. This is so interesting too. I feel like a lot of codependent people have dealt with somebody before telling them, you're selfish. Oh, you're being selfish. You're so selfish. And then we codependent, like people pleaser types are like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm just bending over backwards for you and hanging on every word you said and listening to every command for months or years or decades at this point. And it took me a long time to realize that the other codependent or narcissistic person will tell you that you're selfish the moment that you stand up for yourself. But we move on. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm getting ready for stream right now. But did you subscribe yet? We are so close to 1 million subscribers. You can help me. You can help me. Help me.
Three times you might have had childhood.
Wait, is Boza at 1 million yet? Hold on. Hang on a second. I have to do... She's not! That's a crime!
Drama. One, assuming the worst possible thing will happen at any given time. It's called catastrophizing, and it happens because you did go through something terrible, and your brain has stayed on high alert to keep it from ever happening again. Two, mind reading or trying to predict.
Is she doing sign language? Is she just using somebody else's audio and then doing some loose gestures and
That's not sign language.
Am I missing something?
Predict what other people around you are thinking. It's a survival mechanism the brain started using because of the surroundings you grew up in, so it could see those traumatic events coming in order to avoid them. Three, over-focusing on the negative and minimizing the positive. It happens because
this is not sign language.
Modeled for you by the people around you when your brain was young and more easily.
You didn't write
this is just a white girl doing interpretive dance.
This is Judith Joseph. She was also on the season of Crimes Gone Viral with me on Discovery ID. She's cool. She's good people. Somebody in chat said, oh God, this lady comes for me so much.
Mom, I did something really good and I want your validation. Well, sweetie, I actually can't give you validation because I'm a narcissist and I'm competing with you for your father's love. Well, if you can't validate me, I'm going to internalize it and look for validation elsewhere.
Oh my God. It's like we left out an entire chapter of the narcissist book. We've been talking about them for months, years, decades. And I forgot about the narcissistic mom that values men more than women and is obsessed with male affection and puts her female daughter down for literally no reason and always competes with her. Oh my God. I can't believe I underserved a whole market. I'm so sorry, guys. Holy the pick me mom.
Well, if you can't validate me, I'm going to internalize it and look for validation elsewhere. Oh, what do you mean by that? You know how you always get mad at me for wearing revealing clothing? Yeah, I can't stand that. Well, I'm actually trying to seek validation and feelings of self-worth from people who are not my family. Huh. That must be why you date older losers.
Girl,
yeah,
you probably
and
did
that
too.
shaming attitude is exactly why I think it's okay for men to abuse me, because I don't think I could do any better. Don't be silly, that is not how I raised you. Because of your narcissism, you can't accept responsibility for your behaviors, and when I finally go to therapy, I'll learn that you're toxic, and I'll eventually cut you off.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I feel like she deserves a round of applause for that.
Oh yeah, the PMM. She lives in stepmoms. She lives in mothers. She lives in sisters. Oh my God. We're so busy calling other girls on social media, pick me, and oh, so-and-so's a pick me, and bro, the pick me's are all around us. I can't believe I never thought about this before. Someone said the call is coming from inside the house.
Kids that have gone through some childhood trauma are amazing at reading the nonverbals of other people because they've had to do that to keep themselves safe. And when I say safe, I don't just mean safe from physical harm. Right. I mean safe from hurt feelings. As simple as that.
Right.
It's I need to keep myself safe from that criticism that I don't know how to process.
Yeah.
I need to keep myself safe from feelings of abandonment and withdrawal. So I'm going to read what you want, and I am going to become what you need, because
Bose feels red.
I don't want to have any negative
Same
experiences in my
here.
relationship with you. So people become very unsure of who they even are.
I feel like that happens a lot when people have a bad situation with a parent, brother, or sister, and there's no resolution. It just ends badly and it hurts. And then it happens again. And then if it even gets to the third time, that child decides, oh no, I'm not having that again. But it's actually not your fault. It's because the person that was older than you, that was supposed to take the responsibility to give you the resolution and to let you know that it's okay, because you're a child, they didn't do their part. They didn't do their responsibility as a parent or a guardian or just somebody.
Now you have
supposed to guide
ADHD,
you.
so
You
it
should
fell
learn that
through.
It's okay to have
You becoming a
disagreements
people
or,
pleaser
you
just
know, bad moments,
exited the building.
but it gets better eventually. I also think
ADHD
that
came in and
people
was
that
like,
didn't get to
I
have
think
those resolutions
not.
after tough moments, those are the people that when they have a bad part of their day, it turns into the whole day is bad and the whole week is bad, because they don't know how to make resolutions for themselves either. And if you can make those resolutions, then you'll start to have bad parts of your day, maybe a good morning, a rough afternoon, but then a good night. Creating resolutions for yourself are really important.
Stop crying! Stop!
Oh my god,
Want me to give you a
I know
reason
this
to cry,
person.
huh? Wait, what? I said, do you want? No, I heard what you said. Do you even know what you just said? Like, what does that even mean? Are you gonna scream at me more? Are you gonna ground me or hit me? Maybe I'll do all three. Then you'll learn your lesson. The only reason I'm crying to begin with is because you got angry and yelled at me, and now I'm scared of you. Well, you disobeyed me. Yeah, I did, and I'm sorry, but I don't know what else to do besides cry and beg for forgiveness. I'm a kid. What do you want from me? Well, when you cry, you make me feel bad for lashing out, so I have to convince you that my aggression towards you is actually not
Oh
that big
my
of a deal
gosh.
compared to how bad I could abuse you, so you force yourself to stop crying, and I don't feel bad anymore.
Oh, bro, they got him.
Got him.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. They got him.
Oh dear God, you're gonna give me a heart attack.
What?
You're upsetting me.
Do you realize that almost everything I say...
Wait. I gotta say, these skits that some of these people are like actual like psychologists or therapists. These skits that they do are like good or helpful, but bro, you know people in the medical community are hating on them just because they don't know how to start social media. They're like, bro, look at Tanya over here with the pigtails. You know what? You guys are doing good work. Keep doing it.
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm getting ready for stream right now. But did you subscribe yet? Did you subscribe to the channel? We are so close to 1 million subscribers.
We could skip the up. That's the end.
Did you subscribe to the channel? We are so
I hope she
close
gets to 1 million soon. She deserves
You
it.
can help me. You can help me. Help me.
Sure. Hold on. Did you put it in the recommendation Discord thing? Okay, hold on. But yeah, like when I think back in my childhood, of moments where I would always like cry over something, or not necessarily something, or something that someone did. And my mom, because she grew up being a sensitive kid, would be like, it's okay to cry, but also stop crying because those people don't deserve your tears. Please, please. My mom was never the stop crying or I'm gonna make you cry type of person. Mm-mm. Is it the US's ugly one? Ooh. Oh wait, Mr. Ballin. Oh, a Taco Bell video. Okay, hold on.
In the fall of
Why is the US ugly is a really funny title though. I will give her that. Can I move this? Is it movable? Why are you in the middle of my screen, Grammarly? No one asked you. Okay. I can't move you? For some reason, it's refusing to not attach itself to the YouTube video screen. Okay, I think I moved it. I think we're good.
2004.
That doesn't look like a real person. Mods, help.
M6 is now following.
And
Okay, are we ready?
in the fall of 2004, an undercover police officer in Texas was standing in line inside of a fast food restaurant when he turned around to scan the room. Now, he acted like he was just kind of nonchalantly looking around, kind of people watching, the way people do when they're waiting in lines, but he really wasn't doing that. In reality, what he was doing was taking a quick glimpse of two people eating by the window inside of this restaurant that he had been following all day that day. But when he took this quick glimpse of these two people, he noticed something totally bizarre that he had not caught earlier in the day. And as soon as he saw it, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and almost unconsciously he reached down and put his hand on his concealed gun underneath his shirt, and then he tapped his partner, who was also undercover, right next to him, and then the two of them walked straight over to the two people. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, on the next very hot day, take the like button out to a public park, and as soon as they need to use the bathroom,
thank you,
put them in
Zazie.
the direction of a porta-john, and then when they go inside, immediately wrap it up in saran wrap, and then push it over. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
Oh my god, that emote is so cute.
On the evening of June 17th, 2004, a 21-year-old woman named Molly Daniels pulled into the driveway of her little home that she shared with her husband and two kids in suburban Texas. It had been a long day for Molly at the home remodeling business where she worked as a receptionist, and so now that she was home, the last thing she wanted to do was go inside and make dinner for her family. And so, after turning off her car, Molly just sat there in the driveway for a couple of minutes, just zoned out looking out the window. But eventually, she kind of snapped out of it, she gathered up her things, she got out of the car, and she made her way up to the front door. And as soon as she stepped into her home, that bad mood she was feeling from work was wiped away and replaced with happiness. Because the first thing she heard the second she was in her home was the sound of her 4-year-old son, Caleb, hysterically laughing. And so Molly walked into the back room and she found her son, along with her husband, Clay, rolling around on the ground, tickling each other. And next to them was their
not a
1-year-old
very
daughter
convincing
sitting on the rug,
picture of
laughing
Clay.
as well and clapping and watching along. And so as soon as Molly walked into the room, Clay, who was underneath Caleb, stopped for a second and grinned up at Molly. Molly smiled back, and then Clay and Caleb went back to wrestling, and the 1-year-old continued to laugh and play along. And so Molly suddenly felt so content with her life. It was so incredible to have a family of her own. And so, with a big smile on her face now, she headed off into the kitchen to make dinner. Life had been tough financially for the Daniels family recently. The city where they lived, called Leander, was located just north of Austin, Texas, and it was getting more and more expensive every single year. Clay, who was 2 years older than Molly, he was 23, he was a mechanic, but he had been out of work for months, and so he had just been staying home with the kids. As for Molly, she had her job as a receptionist, but it paid very little, and so ultimately the family was just barely scraping by. But despite the financial hardship they were under, Molly was so thankful that she had a husband in Clay that was so good with their kids, especially Caleb, the 4-year-old son, because Caleb was actually Molly's son from a previous relationship, and she was worried that maybe Clay wouldn't necessarily treat him like his own, but Clay had totally stepped up to the plate and become Caleb's father, and Caleb definitely viewed Clay as his dad, and so that relationship was as close as if they were biologically related, and so Molly just felt so grateful for that. That evening, the family sat down and had dinner together, and then afterwards, Molly and Clay got the kids off to bed, and then Molly and Clay stayed up and watched TV together. But after a while, Molly said she was tired and she was going to go to bed. Clay said he'd be staying up for a bit longer, and so the couple kissed, said goodnight, and Molly made her way upstairs. At around 10:45 p.m. that night, so about 15 minutes after Molly went upstairs, she was laying in bed, drifting off to sleep, when she heard the sound of their front door open and then shut, and then she heard the sound of their car being turned on and leaving the driveway. Now, this was not a big deal for Molly because earlier that night, Clay had mentioned kind of offhandedly that he wanted to go see his mom that night, that he might swing over there and say hello. He had a couple of paperback books that he wanted to give her, and so Molly knew there was a chance he could be doing that, and so she assumed that had to be what she was hearing, and so she forgot about it and fell asleep. The next morning, when Molly woke up at 6 a.m., she rolled over and she saw Clay was not in bed with her. Now, she wasn't immediately alarmed by this because it wasn't unusual for Clay to get up really early. And so Molly climbed out of bed, she made her way over to the window, and she looked down at the driveway, expecting to see their car back, meaning Clay would be downstairs somewhere. But she looked in the driveway, there was no car. And so suddenly feeling kind of panicked, Molly went downstairs and looked around the house. Clay wasn't there, and so she picked up the phone and she called Clay's mother. And when Clay's mother picked up, Molly said, "Hey, is Clay with you? He said he was stopping by last night. I heard him leave. Is he with you?" And Clay's mother would say, "No, he's not here. And in fact, I didn't even know he was going to be stopping by last night. I haven't heard from him." The drive from Molly and Clay's house to Clay's mother's house was 40 miles of twisting, fairly dangerous highway. Now, Clay regularly made this trip to and from his mother's house, and so Molly was never that worried about him going on this 40-mile stretch. But suddenly, without saying it, both Molly and Clay's mother were thinking the same thing. Did Clay get into a car accident last night on the drive to his mother's house? And so at some point, Clay's mom on the phone tells Molly to stay calm, stay at the house with your kids. I'm going to get in the car. I'm going to drive the route that Clay would have taken back to you, and we'll see if we can find him. And then as soon as the two women hung up, Clay's mother ran to her car. She jumped inside, she turned it on, she peeled out of the driveway, and began speeding those 40 miles back towards Clay and Molly's house. And she had only gotten about halfway along this trip when up ahead she saw all these flashing blue and white lights. She saw crime scene tape across the whole road. This was a section of the highway that was heavily forested on either side, and she could see traffic was backed up very far on the other end and as well on her side.
Oh, no.
And so of course Clay's mother is thinking, this is my son, he's been in an accident right here. And so she pulls over to the side of the road, she throws it in park, she gets out and runs to the nearest police officer and begins frantically asking them, what's happened here, what's happened? And as she's talking to the officer, she notices behind him there's all this smoke coming up from the forest. There's a fire down in the forest. And so she's craning her neck to look down and see what it is. And the officer tried to stop her, but finally she pushed past him and she looked and she saw there was a car on fire that clearly had flown off the road. And so in a total panic, she begins asking the officer, do you know who it is? Is it my son? Is it Clay? The officer told her to please calm down. We have no idea whose car this is. We're trying to figure it out. The fire department hasn't even put the fire out yet. We don't know enough to tell you anything. But at this point, Clay's mother could not wait any longer for answers. And so she turned around, she ran back to her car, she hopped in it, and she made her way around this big police barricade and sped the rest of the way to Clay and Molly's house. And there, she picked up Molly, she drove her back, And when they got there, both women are totally hysterical, but they run right up to the police tape and they look down in the direction of where this fire had been, which now had been put out. There was just smoke coming off of this car frame that had been totally burned out. And immediately, when Molly looked down there, she recognized the car. Or I should say, she recognized the shape of the car, because the fire had totally eviscerated the car. But Molly, she was seeing the frame was about the right size, and she was seeing that strewn around this burned out car were all these paperback books that had been burned up partially in this fire. And she knew that Clay had likely been on his way to his mother's house with all these paperback books inside of the vehicle. And so she knew this had to be Clay. And at the same time that Molly is having this horrible realization, the fire department down below was able to actually get into the burned out vehicle. They opened up the door and they found right away there was a body in the driver's seat. And so between the size of the body, all the paperback books that Molly said, you know, that would be something Clay would have, along with several other personal effects that were found inside of the car, like Clay's prized Harley Davidson pin that he always wore in his hat, it was obvious that this was Clay. When word spread about Clay's death, Molly's neighbors and friends in Leander jumped into action. People loved Molly in Leander. She was this very sweet, very kind woman who was a little bit socially awkward, but they had found, ever since she had married Clay, she had really found some more confidence and just seemed happier. And so it was totally devastating to see Clay be pulled from her life like that. And so very quickly, the community in Leander raised $1,000 and they gave it to Molly and the kids. And then also neighbors began dropping off food and stocking their fridge with groceries. And even though Molly couldn't even eat, she was so grief-stricken from the loss of Clay, she still very much appreciated the effort that people were making to comfort her. But as the community rallied around Molly and her kids to get them through this difficult time, the police were starting to ask some questions about how exactly this crash that had killed Clay actually happened. Because there were some oddities about the scene of the accident. The biggest being, there were no skid marks on the road, which meant Clay had not hit the brakes before swerving off the road.
That's weird.
And crashing down in the trees below. And secondly, they didn't really understand how the fire that had started after this crash had gotten so incredibly hot that it basically had completely melted away every part of the vehicle save for the frame. And also Clay's body had been totally destroyed. I mean, the authorities had seen fires after car accidents, but nothing like this. This looked very unique. And so investigators started to wonder if they were really dealing with a car accident or if this was a murder. And on June 22nd, just 4 days after Clay was found, investigators would learn
how could this be a murder and why? Do I even want to know?
We did a merch drop last year, and the gear was awesome. We were so happy with it.
I want
shipping
to see the merch.
Ridiculously long. We had big shipping issues. We actually had to shut down that merch drop early to deal with those issues. Well, we fixed those issues.
I like looking at other YouTubers'
will no
merch.
longer be an issue for us now or in the future. And so, as a token of our appreciation for you all in putting up with the shipping issues in the first drop, we've decided to do a massive sale. For context, this sale is going to lose us money, but it's the only way to do it because you all deserve it. You're awesome. Thank you. As of this video's release, shop.mrballin.com is officially back open for business, and everything, signature flannels, hoodies, hats, Bell's Canyon t-shirts, posters, all of it are 50% off.
Why wouldn't
until
he
supplies
have a
run out.
flannel?
So again, go to shopmrballin.com and get your official Mr. Ballin merchandise 50% off right now until supplies run out. Thank you. It would turn out there was lighter fluid found all over the front seat of the car, so that was the reason the fire had gotten so big. And then during the autopsy, Clay's lungs showed that he had not ever inhaled any soot, meaning he was dead when the fire started. And so very likely, Clay was murdered and the car accident was staged. And interestingly, when word started to get out in town that Clay's death seemed suspicious and that maybe he was murdered, it turned out nobody was surprised. Because even though Molly adored Clay and thought he was a great father, most other people in Leander hated him. He was known around town to be this totally short-tempered guy who would just pick fights with people out of the blue. In fact, at Clay's own funeral, his literal best friend stood up to eulogize him, and during this, he said, "I think honestly, the world is a better place without Clay." And so investigators began looking into Clay's background to see if they could find connections with people that might have a grudge or some...
Okay, I have questions, like, was this funeral during the police investigation? Because that was very bold of the best friend to say that. During the investigation, if that's the case.
Reason to be mad at Clay who might want to do him harm. And very quickly, investigators found something. Just 10 days before Clay was found, he had pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a 7-year-old girl. But the sentence he received was incredibly light. He was given 30 days in jail, which he had not served yet, and probation. Now, the father of the victim, the 7-year-old girl, was absolutely furious about Clay's light sentence. And in fact, just a couple of days before Clay died, the father threatened to kill Clay. So, investigators quickly tracked down this father, and then they...
So the vibes that I had about Clay were right from the very beginning when I was like, that is not a very convincing picture of Clay for me to like Clay at all. All right. Okay. I'm paused. Did I see what you said about the Button Memorial hoodie thing? Is that like merch? What is it? Is it like a... I guess we can go look later. Click the like button before you do get... Oh my gosh. Stop. That's cute. That's adorable.
They brought him in for questioning, but very quickly this father made it clear to police that yes, he hated Clay. Yes, he had threatened to kill Clay, but no, he had nothing to do with what happened to Clay. And the father had an alibi to back that up. And so, after confirming his alibi, the police somewhat reluctantly allowed the father to leave, even though to a lot of them, he just really seemed like the slam dunk primary suspect.
Of course he did.
He couldn't have been. And so with him out of the picture, the police were kind of back to the drawing board. And so they decided they would actually go talk to Molly and see if maybe she could shed some light on who else might have wanted to hurt Clay. Now, in their previous conversations with Molly, police found her to be incredibly polite and also at the same time very, very upset about the death of her husband. But this time, when investigators showed up at Molly's house and she brought them into her kitchen where they sat down to talk, it was like the police got a totally different Molly. And it happened as soon as they asked her, you know, hey, who do you think could have hurt your husband? It was like Molly suddenly became impatient. She didn't have time for these questions. And finally, she just said, you know what? I think Clay was depressed because he had that prison sentence that was coming up.
Defensive.
And so probably he just killed himself. I think that's what happened. And so now I need you guys to leave. And so the officers didn't make a fuss. They didn't fight Molly on this. They just got up, they left. But once they were back out in their car, they looked at each other and they both agreed that Molly's behavior was very suspicious, and it made them think, you know, maybe she actually knows more about what happened to Clay and she's kind of trying to cover it up and make the police go away. And over the next couple of weeks, as police began investigating Molly, they discovered quite a bit of evidence that made them even more suspicious of her. For one thing, there was Clay's $110,000 life insurance policy that Molly was entitled to, and Molly had apparently been calling the insurance company nearly non-stop every day, trying to get them to wire that payment as soon as possible. And Molly apparently was telling people in town how excited she was about getting that money. Also, police learned, after talking to Molly's neighbors, that Molly was starting to date again already, just 3 weeks after her husband has died. She's out there on the dating scene, even bringing home one of her boyfriends and having him live with her 2 kids. And according to Molly's babysitter, this new boyfriend that was coming into the house was really upsetting Caleb, the 4-year-old, who had been so close with Clay. The babysitter would say that Caleb, who normally was a very mellow child back when Clay was still alive, was now very violent and emotional, and periodically he would just stop, look up into the sky, and scream, "I love you, Daddy!" But when the babysitter brought this up to Molly and said, "Really, you should get your son some help here," Molly got angry and said Caleb was fine, it was none of her business, and then she slammed the door on the babysitter.
Okay.
But despite how suspicious Molly now seemed, there wasn't any real evidence that actually linked her to Clay's
so
death.
both people
And so
in this
finally,
relationship
in the
are
fall of
incredibly
2004,
sus.
so several months after Clay's death, and still the police have not figured out who killed him or how he died and how he wound up in this inferno by the side of the road, they decided to kind of reinvigorate this investigation into Molly. They really wanted to find evidence that she was involved in Clay's death. And so they decided to put a surveillance team on Molly 24/7. And at first, the undercover police would report that Molly's behavior was incredibly routine. She basically did the same things every single day. She got up, she got the kids out the door, she went to work. Afterwards, she picked her kids up from the babysitter, she went home, she fed her kids, and then they all went to bed, and they did it all again the next day. The only deviation from her schedule was periodically she would go out after work to run some errands, like go to the grocery store. But then on December 3rd, so 6 months after Clay was found, Molly would finally break her routine. On that day, Molly, on her way home from work, made a pit stop in this parking lot near several local stores. So she parked her car, she got out, but then instead of walking into one of these stores to run an errand or something, she walked to a dark-colored Mustang that was parked in the parking lot as well, and a guy
That's a
was
nice
driving it.
looking
This guy the
Mustang,
cop
though.
didn't recognize, with dark hair. Molly walked up to him and began talking to this guy through the window, and then at some point Molly began very suspiciously looking over her shoulder like she was trying to see if anyone was watching her. And then she walked around and climbed into the Mustang with this guy. She shut the door, and then the two of them drove off together. And so the undercover police officer followed after them. And eventually, the Mustang containing Molly and this guy pulled into the parking lot of a Taco Bell, a fast food restaurant. And so they stopped, they got out, and the undercover officer watched as the two of them casually walked inside of the Taco Bell. They ordered some food, and they sat down by the window to eat. And so by this point, the undercover officer, he's not seen anything incriminating happening here, but what he's seeing is such a break from her routine that it just seemed really suspicious, and he wanted to go inside and have a look. And so he called for backup from another undercover officer who was part of the surveillance team. He came into the parking lot, and then the two of them, these two officers who are wearing plain civilian clothes, they both got out of their unmarked vehicles, and they casually walked into the Taco Bell, and they got in line to order food. And as they were standing in line, one of the undercover officers casually turned around in line and very nonchalantly scanned the room, like he was looking at nothing in particular. But in reality, what he was doing was taking a quick glimpse at Molly and this guy she was with. And when the officer took this quick glimpse, he noticed something very strange about the guy that Molly was sitting with. Something that the officer hadn't seen before, but now that he was up close, he could see it. And as soon as he saw this strange thing, the officer tapped on his partner's shoulder like, "All right, we're doing something here." The officer reached down, put his hand on his concealed gun underneath his shirt, and then he walked across the restaurant, not even pretending to be undercover at this point. He's basically giving away that he's a cop. He strode right over to their table, and when he stopped in front of them, Molly and the guy she was with both looked up at him in surprise, and the officer just stared down at the guy. Not at Molly, just at the guy. The strange thing the officer had caught when he looked over at the guy was that he recognized him. This was someone he knew personally from being in law enforcement in the area.
What?
This guy was Clay Daniels, Molly's supposedly dead husband. He had just clearly dyed his blonde hair black. It would turn out Molly and Clay had staged his death in order to keep him from having to serve that prison sentence for the sexual assault charge, and so they could collect on the $110,000 life insurance policy. The body that was found inside of the burned out car was obviously not Clay's. It was the body of an 81-year-old woman who Clay had dug up from some isolated cemetery, thrown inside of his vehicle, and then pushed his vehicle off the road and lit on fire.
Oh my God, that poor woman!
Because again, this was not a car accident, it was staged. And so after Clay and Molly staged Clay's death, it actually worked. People really believed that Clay had died. They were questioning how he died, but nobody really thought it wasn't Clay. And so their plan was working. But after 3 weeks of being apart, with Clay kind of hanging out by himself away from the town, Clay and Molly just couldn't stand to be apart any longer. And so Clay dyed his blonde hair black. That was the only thing he did to disguise his identity. And then he just moved back into the home with Molly and the kids. And so that was the new boyfriend that neighbors were seeing Molly with. She was not actually going out on new dates. She was just back with Clay. And Clay's steps.
So you're telling me that no one recognized this man, even though the only thing that he did was dye his hair black?
Son, Caleb, the 4-year-old, he immediately recognized that his father was back, even though he had black hair. But Molly and Clay had convinced the little boy that Clay was not really Clay. Instead, this was the new boyfriend, Jake. This is very likely why Caleb had begun acting out. He was old enough to understand that something wasn't right, but not old enough to understand that his parents were lying.
Not her gaslighting
It's
her
unclear why
4-year-old.
Molly and Clay, who lived together shamelessly, decided to have this weird rendezvous in the parking lot inside of Clay's Mustang and then go to Taco Bell and eat together. But regardless, it was this secret meetup that ultimately led to them getting caught. Molly and Clay were both charged with insurance fraud, and they both pled guilty. Molly was sentenced to 20
Not him
years
smiling
in
in
prison,
the mugshot,
and Clay
the
was
frick?
sentenced to 30 years in prison, plus 20 more years for probation violations. Molly has since been paroled, while Clay is still in jail.
Oh my God.
So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's episode.
Right? Also, the way that he should be locked up for like life.
Be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we have hundreds more stories just like this one, except...
What's for dinner? Hi, Mommy. I don't know. Are you cooking? Are you cooking today? If I want, surprise me. I don't know what I want for dinner. You know, I could always do a rice bowl or something. Okay, bye. No, but that was a crazy case. That was absolutely wild. Like, I don't understand people who can be with people who have done that. I don't understand it. And then have children with someone like that. No. Okay, let me fire up the switch. I think we were in the middle of trial last we left off. Like, just take the 30 days. You waste of even exactly. I hope he got Gen Pop justice. I really do. In some way, shape, or form. Can one of the mods change the stream category, please? It is time, Greg. It is time. Let me give myself a little baby projector. Oh, you changed the title, not the game category. You're good. Oh, right. We were in the middle of this man's testimony. It's exclamation game, I think. Ah, there you go. There it is. You did it. I had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Came aboard deciding to investigate the mask to mask and simply mistook who he was. Mistook? That's right, mistook. In the Old Norse, mistooka. Mistaka, meaning no mistaken error. That's not what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake Master Mask to be? Well, the answer's obvious. From the light, of course. Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Press harder! Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Master Mask? Don't you already know that? Zavari, take a look at this newspaper. Oh, that's the famous Tear of Amon, a magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant? The attorney clearly misread the article. And Zavari, he got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Master Mask. I see. That was an unusually reasonable deduction. You mean this blackmail letter? Says bring 50,000. The handwriting without a doubt is the victim's. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere. An addressee? This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there's no addressee is irrelevant. I wonder... What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Whoa, do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? Yeah, I forgot which area I messed up on last stream. What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was saying you're already aware. It's Safari. And since I was in security team chief, I stole data from the company. I remember that. Buller had yet to forgive Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. Here's a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. It was one section in one of his testimonies, I think, where you had to like press multiple times in order to get through it. I think that was the part where I lost a lot of objections. Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually Master Mask? On that point, there's an unfortunate bit of chance. Do you really think that story's gonna hold up? That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight. Ronnie thinks he's Master Mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Not the music changing. Ha! Well, Mr. Trey? Was he trying to act like Miss Delight just now? I thought he was pretty convincing. I'm screaming. No, it's just your imagination talking. Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning. The judge asked to hear his reasoning, and he said, it's a long story, better saved for another time. I'm screaming. Yeah, we have to press more. Because Maya just told us to press more. And who in the world's gonna prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Adamy and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. I've already pressed these things. But I will press them again. Okay, hold on. Oh, we can check the blackmail letter now. That's new. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Wait a second. So is the left hand of Hades the red diamond? Oh, this is the impression part. I can't wait to see what his VA is like in the anime. I'm looking for a certain thing. There it is. Let me look at this again. 'Cause is there evidence that he was receiving money through blackmail? Is it? Really? Of course, I'm gonna double check before I do this, but this does not scream evidence of blackmail to me. It's a list. Okay, let me go through here. Let me pull up my walkthrough and check. What did he do now? Your uncle can't give you a break. Nah. Yeah, your uncle can be weird sometimes. He was trying to check after you? What? That's weird. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. On statement 3, present the newspaper clipping. Okay, this is the problem that I've had with this whole trial. Like, mine is like, press him for more information. I press, but they want me to do something completely different. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let me double check myself before I do this. Present the blackmail letter at statement 3. Okay. You as well can present the newspaper clipping. Okay, we'll do the blackmail letter. Because I trust nothing!
Objection!
Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Adamy? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. When you said this letter was addressed to Rondolite, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. I'm screaming. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Okay, let me double check myself. Newspaper clipping.
Take that!
Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Elon, the stolen jewel. Well, what about it? The problem is this jewel's color. Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Right! Red? Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Iman that Master Mask stole at all. And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Trite? Is that what you're trying to say, Mr. Well, is that what you're trying to say? Right, Nick? Yes. I'm screaming. That was funny. This is who Gambler was actually blackmailing. Okay, hold on. Naturally, it was you, Detective Atomy. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You've been personally involved in every single Master Mask case, and in the last case you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. Oh! You know what? I've been staring at this man for what, 3 weeks now? How did I not notice that? How did I not think of that? Like, I noticed what he was wearing. But, like, I'm sitting here like, what red jewel? There hasn't been. And it's been sitting in front of my face this entire time. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter, which means Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Order in the court. Order. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke Atomy? Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world, yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atomy's identity public knowledge, an identity he wanted to keep secret. So, just what was that identity? Atomy killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Atomy so desperately wanted to keep secret was his identity as Master Mask. Luke Academy was mask to mask. Oh no. Oh no. Did I get it wrong? No! I should have saved. That's my line. What's that supposed to mean? That's my line too. Listen up, you. This is what you've been saying up until this point in time. The witness pretended to be mask to mask in order to pin the murder on the defendant. Right. Yes. Yes, you are correct. Darn it. It's fine. We'll go back. We'll go through everything again. I know, right? I should have saved before. I know better. If I prove it now, will that be fine?
Objection!
Okay. We speed through this very quickly. Newspaper clipping.
Objection!
Okay, real quick. Save. Luke Academy was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Academy. Are you saying that Academy was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Academy. But Ron Delight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tiravine heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. In which case, that would mean that Rondelite was actually masked to mask. That's what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than his daddy. Shh! Silence! Who are you to tell people silence, sir? Now I see, it's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you? You say that I, Luke Adamy, was blackmailing Rondelite? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Master Mask. Well, yes. Rondelite started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Adamy know that Rondelite was masked to mask? Okay, hold on. Can I say from this point, I'm not risking it for this biscuit. It's not happening. We're using the walkthrough. It is what I thought, and I am happy.
Take that!
I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Rondelite in his guard uniform. It seems that Master Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Adamy. That's when you learned that under his mask, Master Mask was Rondelite. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be Master Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even supposed to be an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was a blackmailer. What a fraud! Trying to pass himself off as an ace detective. Why you? How dare you expose me like that? Why I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective and also Master Mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why you? How dare you imply that Winter Smarty can't pull his eye? Well, that is moving entirely too fast. He's going insane, basically. Ah ha 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 ha. It's enough to make one laugh. It would seem we're finally arrived at a real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Adamy. Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Adamy. The hammer that strikes too fast, has no time to aim. Well, what do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. Oh! You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trey. What do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Adamy was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't at Lori Taylor the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bull. But there's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No. No way! Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Wright, this is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Atomy was at Bullard's office on that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough, Mr. Tread. I want to hear your answer. Save it. Just in case. That night, Luke Atomy was at KB Security and events. Can't prove it, can't prove it. Okay. So Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atomy, who was blackmailing Ron Delight, and getting him to give his treasures to him. And then Luke, because the CEO was blackmailing him, would give money to the CEO or treasures. Does that make sense? It's like a big circle of blackmail. Okay, so for the Tier of Iman heist, Ron said that he got the tier. He figured that he got away. And when he felt safe, he took off his costume and everything and put it in a trash can. Luke Atomy saw him put this outfit in the trash can because he saw him emerge in his regular security guard uniform. And so he went and found out Ron's identity, which gave him the ammunition that he needed to blackmail Ron. Because Ron is really stupid. Yes. Now, I'm thinking for this, if the answer is can prove it. Okay. So we can't prove it at this time. I almost dropped my phone. Wow. Our evidence for that was pretty slim. Yeah, we can't prove that. The only proof that we really have is the fact that there's no fingerprints on the security buzzer. But if we hear more of Detective Adams' testimony, unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atomy is here after we interrupted his own trial, and you failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as mask to mask. No. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as master mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over this witness. I can't believe this. At this rate Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence, and by then it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy? Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Adamy will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty is mask to mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned. No way. The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Adamy's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murder. Oh! Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Adamy, will go free. You've cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there's no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Not him standing there like that. I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Adamy. Objection! Ooh! I think I see it. Was that Francisco von Karma? Your Honor, when you were a child, what was on your report card every year? Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. Why are we trashing people over their report cards, Francisco? I'm screaming. How did you? Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Wait, Mia? That voice, no way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia? Not Mia smack-talking the judge. This is the true power of the curing channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more you can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You've cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it's just a moment after all. I'm the ace detective, as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. We're cross-examining that? Yes, but those comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well. Then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? Nothing. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, Luke at... Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you... Very well then, Mr. Luke Adamy, I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. Seriously, what would Phoenix do without Mia? Indeed, it's true that I was not at Lori Taylor. I had to leave to see another vitally important job request. Okay. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron DeLay. And thanks to his keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he had sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his outfit, his Master Mask outfit, which is why it left no prints. In the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewelry. Zavari. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness's earlier remarks did not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went directly through me. I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, sir lawyer. Are you gonna make even more trouble for us now, sir lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You cannot postpone Legatomy's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a sec. Just one chance? Huh. Seems like the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix? There isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17, the last cup. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting any evidence. Okay? Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Okay. Indeed, it's true that I was not at Lordy Taylor. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron DeLay. Also, thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make the buzzer, which only sounded once. The buzzer did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Okay, hold on. Which one of my friends on there actually sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. But he was knocked out! The 9th statement. Okay, hold on. Let us count so I can be sure. Okay. Press it. Mr. Adamy, about this last remark. Still don't get it, do you, Mr. Trett? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who doesn't get it, Mr. Goodell. What? Mr. Adamy, it seems you finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Adamy? The button didn't have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. Wow. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When did we exactly learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed like Mask to Mask when he was at the scene of the crime? It was just a few hours ago. Back when my 6th cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right, the defendant had yet to tell anyone else of this fact before this morning. That's true! That wasn't even in the case files! Therefore, the only people who should have known this are those people who have been watching the trial. Do you understand now, Detective Adamy? There's no way that you should have known about that. You were in the courtroom. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask to Mask. So then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well,
Objection.
Come on! This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out before him. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. The night Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask to Mask outfit. There's one and only one way for Detective Adamy to have found that out. Only one way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was his Adamy. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Detective Adamy, you saw Mask to Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Buller and assaulted Ron Delight. That's the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Oh! Why is there an earthquake happening? Is he standing up? Oh, he's laughing hysterically again. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. We got him! What an awfully complicated incident. You're telling me? Kay Bullard was blackmailing Luke Adamy, who in turn was blackmailing Rhonda Light. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Adamy tried to frame Rhonda Light. He then claimed to be guilty as Master Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me, Ron. Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know, you never committed any murder. That's right, I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Master Mask! Sir. Now is not the time, Ronald! So thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent right now, right? What is it you said? Double jeopardy? Now that you mention it, I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then, Master Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now? Now then, this court finds the defendant... Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am Master Mask after all. What am I gonna do with Ron? You did it, Vina. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh, I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Kieran channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother, Miss Dufay, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Mia. Ah! Mr. Wright! I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now he's dead. Oh, come on, just be happy already. Maya, you've been cleared of murder charges and got off as Master Mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Master Mask. I did it all for one reason, for her. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you came, Master Mask? Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick? Right. But really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? I kind of wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. Do I show him the urn? What do I show him? The urn? Yeah. It is the urn. This picture of Pearls and Maya is so cute. The sacred urn? Yeah, Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife, she always believed in you, Rob. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Miss Delight. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you just talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really Master Mask either. Miss Delight, what are you gonna do now that you know? You're not gonna really leave him, are you? Come on. It's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them like a man. Okay. All right, girl. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. That's one way to put it. Wow. Desi? Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Yes. I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick! Mystic Maya, congratulations! Did Pearl just push her out of the way? Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you with another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya? I'll never forgive you, never, ever. Wow, she really punched Nick in the face. I'm screaming. So, just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together, but I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Aww. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Look at the babies. So cute. You know, that's wild because I really felt like, you know, end of the game levels type of trial. Maya's in a waitress uniform. I have questions. That's enough. This court has no reason to further prolong this trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no reason for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me, I swear it wasn't me. The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone. I can't read that. No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw someone else there. Wait, why are we there? Why won't anyone believe me? Why is Phoenix there? There's only one person in this game with spiky hair. Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright? This court finds the defendant guilty. What happened? This court is adjourned. What happened? What happened? Can we rewind? Ah, the start of a new year. It makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I've decided that our resolution should be Zavari, take on the world. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. But I think that you've had more than enough mistletoe cake. Never! You've got to eat lots of cake during New Year's. It's practically tradition. Wait. Mistletoe cake? I have to Google this and see if it's a real thing. Please hold. Okay, I see cakes decorated with mistletoe on them, but I don't necessarily see mistletoe cakes. Question answered. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal! Why are you mad, Detective Gumshoe? Happy New Year, Detective. Likewise. Now listen up, right? Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation. Yeah, me too. All right, pal, you've got some explaining to. Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? Oh, what? Well, here, have this. It's really nothing much, but yay, thanks. Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearly? You haven't forgotten her present, have you? No, yes. No. Are you doing this on purpose? Ha, guess I'm busted. How did you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it, a magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced. Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly immature performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this, Mr. Wright. We must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was the issue from anyway? December of last year, which I guess makes it a month. Which means it's old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in any poisoning case in December. Do we have an evil twin? Chat, do we have an evil twin? So what do you think this is all about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then it only leaves one possibility. No way. You don't mean a phony, Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. I guess he's starting the year off with one, too. So, what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I gonna do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in the case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when you headshots, when you hot shots, when you hot shots start getting too full of yourselves. But I didn't do anything wrong, at least not that I can remember. You better make this right, pal, now. And that means you gotta take this case back to court, got it? Sounds like we've got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. It's not gonna be easy to get it overturned. I guess that New Year's resolution is gonna have to wait until next year. So you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm gonna head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? That's weird. This is weird. I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix, right? If a client entrusted a case to me based on reputation, I guess I am kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of guy would do that? This is so weird. It's been ages since we came down to the precinct, huh, Nick? Looks like Gumshoe isn't around. He got to it so easy, leaving everyone else to do the work. No, he's out there somewhere. My bet is on the courthouse. He's probably trying to arrange the retrial of this case. Guess that means we should go to the detention center and chat with our killer, huh? After being convicted without a fair trial, I'm not sure killer is the right label. This is so nerve-wracking waiting to meet our new client. I wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. Ah! How could you, Mr. Wright? Wait. Isn't this that girl from the first case in the last game, or do they just look alike? They put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. Totally and utterly let down. Ah, are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie. Remember Maggie Bird? Maggie Bird. So she's met us before. How did she get tricked by an imposter? What? What? This is just getting more and more confusing. What are you doing in here? Didn't I get you a quick... Oh, sure. Very funny. Yes, I do remember that case. Yes, I do. Mm-hmm. After that 5th-rate defense job, you come in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. I'm sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying the same exact thing last time. But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? At least now the real Mr. Ray is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. I'm just still stuck on she's met us before and somehow fell for this. Okay. All right, let's talk. What happened? This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month, and it happened at Trebian. Trebian? That's not how you say that, man. Yes, it's a restaurant where good service and a friendly smile are always included. Oh. That's where 2 men at the table, both drinking coffee. And then Sprinkle, sprinkle. One of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. The victim took just one sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You kept calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? No, not at all. I've never seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. And then the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course! A good waitress must be attentive to her clientele. So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway? How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. I guess the answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. Okay. So you saw the murderer? So if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man. The other one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. Okay, what's that thing that he has on his eye? But how's that possible? Right? This is a wild case. Also, hi, Jeannie. How are you? Oh. I don't know, but nobody, not one person would believe me. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job. Look, it wasn't me, okay? And then they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. What? A small bottle of poison. What? Poison? Well, I passed out when the victim passed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. And no one else saw this other guy? No, sir, that's what everyone said, but I don't see how they could have missed him. I was the one who took the coffee to the two men. Oh? And what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they must have been in the music industry. In music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece and an emo musician look about him. There was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had the band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. It was a band CD, maybe a promo CD? Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy the CD of a group named that? What was the name of that group again? MC Hacksaw. No, MC... And what about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. I only thought that he was the young man, well built like the victim, really. Okay, do we have to get anything from this or no? Right! Oh, she was fired after last year. Oh, in the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing a waitress. A waitress. Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me right away, sir. And then I got into this mess, and then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. Poor baby! Oh yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie, was my evil double... Omyon? What? What is that word? AM? Here too? No, I don't remember a phony you, Maya. That's red flag number 1! Maya's always with him unless she's kidnapped or something. Oh, it would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said. Oh, okay, I get the picture. But you've met me in person before. Oh my god, not her name backwards. I'm screaming. She said, I want an us doppelganger. How come you didn't realize that guy wasn't the real me? That's the question I have. I guess looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little? Well, okay, so you were a bit taller than normal and you looked a bit shady. And your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of funny accent, and so the guy was nothing like me then. But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? How about everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers? Did they realize he was an imposter? Nope. Everyone had these big question marks on their faces, but it seemed no one wanted to say anything, sir. Oh, okay. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. So, we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright? Do you think we'll win next time, sir? My life has been a full-course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods. Ma'am, how did you survive a fall from the 9th floor as a newborn? Failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. I'm screaming. And one day, I'll find it. Just you wait and see, sir. I'll find that one single moment of good luck. Oh my god, these backwards names are killing me! What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder, better watch out. We'll find him, don't you worry. I can't handle this girl. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Trey's being then. Alright. The restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure. Alright, Nick, let's go check out this restaurant and the food. Of course, that's what Maya's concerned with. Très bien. Oh, it's very pink in here. I didn't expect all this pink. This music. Wow, look at this place. Look, more like smell. What's with the suffocating scent of flowers in here? Then again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not all that into it. No one's coming to see us. Maybe there's no one here. silly, Maya. This is a restaurant and it's open for business. I'm screaming. Hello? Anyone there? I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. What about the campers in the restaurant, Maya? Look at this man. I'm gonna have to put a French accent on for him. It's a rack full of fashion magazines and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my act-like clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. There's something stuffed behind the rack. Looks like a sports newspaper to me. Hey, look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. $100,000 maybe? I wonder what MC Bomber's supposed to be. This paper, it's from December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. What? Right? This must be the table where the murder occurred. I guess so, with all this police tape around it. That stain must be from the prison coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, okay, Maya? Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know. Then why can't I picture you doing just that? I'm screaming. Is there anything else I can see that's suspicious looking? We're getting on. We're investigating a very French murder. And apparently there's a phoenix posture somewhere. A phoenix imposture, rather. Okay, hold on a second. Can we... Why does that look like Master Mask? Why does that drawing look like Master Mask? I thought we were finished with Master Mask. Do we agree, chat? Greg! Am I missing anything? Hold on. Okay, no. I wonder if, because I think I've checked all my areas here. We haven't met anyone yet. I want to try and see. There we go. Oh, it's a sports paper. Let's see. Sorry, Maggie, that paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. And Guston got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh, no. I found this paper in the magazine rack. Très bien. Right? This poor girl. She's got bad luck everywhere. Tribune doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. So maybe one of the customers left it behind? Yeah. Anyway, what I want you to take a look at the scribble here, okay? Let's see. MC Balmer, that's the name that was written on the CD. Just like I thought. Okay. I guess it wasn't MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So that 100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? If someone gave me 100,000, I'd sing for sure. You need more than 100,000 for a record deal. The Master of Kirin, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. So if the sample CD was on the victim's table, that means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right. So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder, huh? I think we better step up the investigation, don't you, Nick? Okay. We move. Let's go back here. Ooh la la, bonjour! Welcome to Le Trespian. Oh, hello? What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. Ah! Bienvenue! Welcome to my petite restaurant. Avenue? Oh, non, my petite chulop. Huh? Me? Oh, look at the face. Look like a kitten rejected by its own mother. You're fatigued, no? Allures, you need these. I can't. What is this? I can't. An aromatic bath oil melange. I don't know that word. I only know basic French. And La Rose, my personal recommendation. You think I need what? We just add a couple of drops to the mixture in the bathwater and voila! It will soothe your body and your mind. It's simply fantastic. Really? And for La Monsieur, who, me? Look at the face. Like La puppy rejected by life itself, you are fatigued, no? For you, I recommend these. Oil of bergamot. And maybe an hint of weaving. I'll add La peppermint and La Clary sage for the fragrance exceptional. Such an invigorating recipe. You'll bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. My beauty? Alors, if you will be seated, I'll bring you la special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat. We're lawyers. Mas bien, monsieur. I know thee already, monsieur. You're La Phoenix, right, no? Yes, you know me? Mas, oui. I'll never forget a man who flirts with me, especially in court. Flirts with you, sir? I didn't think it was possible for this game to get any gayer. I didn't think it was possible for this game to get any gayer than it already is. And I have been proven wrong. I wonder what sort of impression our doppelganger has been leaving on people, don't you? Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I'm Jean Armstrong. Enchanté. Oh my god. I've never been more happy to have been taking French in high school in my life. This is gonna be so fun. So what does très bien mean? It means very good. That's what it means. No, très bien is Francis. In English, you would say very good. Oh, very good. Oui, exactement. La atmosphere is très bien and la cuisine is très bien. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers here? My cuisine is not for all. Some people, they do not appreciate la haute cuisine. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I've lost Maggie, I do not have enough hands. So you're running this place on your own now? Oui, for la moment, as no one has answered my advertisement. Oh, pour moi. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I'm screaming. What is this? I'm la chef, la manager. And I'm also a trained aromatherapist. Aroming what? A practitioner de aromatherapy. La art soothing la soul with the delicate floral aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. So could you please tell me what you know about the incident? Fan, it makes me so sad to remember it, yet I remember it so well. More than a month ago has passed since it appeared. Yeah, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. So it was the 3rd of last month, just after 1 in the afternoon. A man who was in here for a coffee suddenly became ill. Because of the poison in his coffee? That is the truth as I know it. It was Maggie who took his drink to him. I was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. And when I came to see what it was, he was already slumped over in his chair. He was dead? Mon Dieu, oui, he was dead. Maggie had passed out also. And this man who died, was he alone? Oui, monsieur. All alone. I know that Maggie said there was someone else, but... I see. La police, they asked me many times, are you sure there was no one else at the table? But I'm not the only one. La old man said the same thing. Old man? What old man? Is this a new character or do we know this old man? So who is this old man that you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here. What? Someone else saw it? Ma sweet, as usual. They came alone at the day, and the and the murderer was here. He saw it too. Okay, but it's not the same thing. But Maggie swears there were 2 people. unless Mademoiselle lawyer could not prove it's not. About the lawyer, that was me, I suppose. Must be insecure. Wow, he's the first person who said it wasn't me. Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now who's the one making stuff up? I'm screaming. Okay, let's ask him about this. We found the sports paper in the magazine here. One of my customers must have left it behind. Do you have any idea which customer it was? The only ideas I have, Mademoiselle, I saved for my kitchen. So he doesn't know. This is extremely gay. I'm like really shook. I am not a lawyer myself. I do not wish to speak out of turn. But your defense that day was a little, how you say, lacking, perhaps? Even a Frenchman who cannot speak any English could have done a better job. You were very cool, though. Oh, oui, oui. So handsome. I'm screaming. I wonder just how bad the defense could have been. Every time you open your mouth, the whole courthouse stirred. Oh man, that's something I don't want to imagine. Okay, can we present a profile? Maggie was a policewoman once. Let me remember how to say this. Necessim-pa, I think is how you say it. Yes, but she had to quit for reasons beyond her control. Oui, she was la suspect in law murder investigation, no? Oh, you know about that? That is why I gave her la perfume for la happiness. Happiness perfume? Oui, blended from bergamot, like I given to you before. But she's been arrested again and found guilty this time. It's true, a natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admitting, perfume doesn't work. I'm surprised she was not la prime suspect. After all, something like that took place right before my very eyes. Something like what? He said necessim-pa, I think is how you say it. But I'm not sure. That's one of those words that is like back in my subconscious. Maggie did have a motive. We've got to ask this guy for more info stat. Yeah, what do you mean? You saw something like that before your very eyes. Yeah, And text-to-speech is not gonna say it properly because it just didn't pronounce that. So, when Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Oui, I suppose you could say so. So what happened? No, it was nothing. Look, Maggie says that she didn't even know the guy. Yeah. But she's still been indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. Oui, it's true. But if there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant. So please tell us anything you know. Oh, I felt it coming. I felt it coming. Cyclops? No, wait, what are we gonna do, Nick? We'll just have to remove. What the? What's wrong? The Magatama. It's gone. What? I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished into thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means it's nearby. I knew it felt like something was missing from our inventory. Mr. Armstrong, could I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting. Was anyone else sitting there? That is a question you will have to ask yourselves. Law, old man spends all of his time. Denzel Park. A park? Oh, a park? What park? Behind the restaurant. It's called Vitamin Square. Je vous en prie, my dear. Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Nick. Okay. Yeah. I can imagine many things when it comes to Phoenix Wright fanfic. Why? The park is fruit themed. It's called Vitamin Square. I hate it here. They think they're being funny right now. Yeah, I see where they get the name from now. The fruit scream is vitamins. That's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? That grouchy looking grandpa? He's throwing seeds out for the pigeons. Maya, he's not throwing the seeds for them. He's throwing the seeds at them. Oh. Okay. My grumpiness threat level has just been raised to red. Oh God. I'm concerned. Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you? Yes! I just want to ask you a couple questions. What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So you don't like my seeds, and pigeons? He's really chucking those seeds at them. That's gotta hurt. Go on, eat this! What is this theme right now? Excuse me, sir, can I ask you about Maggie Bird? I don't know any Maggie Bird. Yes, you do. Maggie, the waitress at Tribune. It's a disgrace, I tell you, an utter disgrace. A disgrace? An innocent young girl revealing herself like that. Revealing? You mean her uniform? The youth of today, they don't have any shame. No shame, I tell you, not 1 ounce. Whatever happened to the old Bushido values of Japan, like honor and modesty? I'm screaming. What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing. You? Your problem is you lack any sense of grace. Talk about hitting a girl where it hurts. This man is a boomer. You go to Tribune a lot. That miserable excuse for a restaurant? That garbage they serve there is not food. Where's the sushi, the tempura, the rice? Tribune is a French restaurant, sir. Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want real food, not those snooty snacks. And what about those shameless girls? You mean the waitresses? You can see all the way up there. There, yes, the waitresses. Not his face turning red like this. They're practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it? Well, sir. Like, for someone who thinks it's a disgrace, you sure do be sitting in there a lot. That's all I'm gonna say. Listen, it's not my restaurant. God, it's a miserable excuse for a restaurant that plays miserable. He certainly knows the place. He must be a regular. But if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? It's just that you dislike it so much. Why would you keep going there? Tale as old as time. A rant as old as rhyme. I'm screaming. Boomers and humors. Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Haha, take that. He must be hiding something, right? If he is, I should be able to see a cyclops or two. Oh, wait. I don't exactly have the Magatama right now, huh? Remember, Nick, that Magatama's only on loan. You better find it or else. If Pearls ever get to wind of this, I'm gonna be in a world of pain. Can we pick this up? I feel it staring at me, and I just... You disgusting rogue, picking up something someone else threw away. Threw away? Did you throw this away looking for a job? That's none of your business. Sorry, I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then. I don't want anyone else having it. Give it back. Too bad. Now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. I'm screaming. Hey, that's mine. Okay, there's nothing else here to pick up. He's angry. Okay, we can't ask him about that. And we can't ask him about that either. Okay. What are we thinking, chat? How did his nose get like that? I have so many questions. Did he get... Oh my god. Did his nose get assaulted by a bird? And that's why he has this beef against pigeons? Well, I have nothing more to ask him. So hold on. Maggie, do you know anything about this? Oh, are you looking for some part-time work, Maya? Why don't you take a job at the restaurant? I bet Mr. Armstrong would hire you. Really, me? It's pretty cool being a waitress, you know. And in the kitchen, you'll get to see all of the chef's great secrets. What secrets? You can't make it obvious, but you can just spy on him for a bit. You'll see, it's interesting. Wow, I can't wait to get my apron on now. Aw, that's very sweet. Okay, nothing here. Mademoiselle! Yes? Are you looking for a job? What? No, I just... Let me see. Your style is different. You have different felicitations. You have passed. I will hire you. Bien, come with me. I will teach you everything to know. Nick, help! Oh, Maya! Well, Maya's gone now. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Let me just examine before we leave. Okay, there's nothing new in here. This makes me really want crepes. Not gonna lie to you. Phoenix just asked if we could lock Mr. Armstrong in there. I'm screaming. Looks like they have Maggie in questioning. I guess I've asked her pretty much everything. Okay. Okay, there we go. So I had to get Maya kidnapped in order for us to progress forward. I'm screaming. Well, pal, have you found the evidence yet? The one that's gonna find her innocent? No, not yet. We've only just started our investigation. Well, whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. She was really fired up about this. Oh yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court's sitting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And Godot's gonna be the prosecutor. Oh, him. Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again, yes. I'll make sure you get locked up good for it. Got it? Aw, he really cares about her. This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kind of working on it by myself. Oh, that's right. The judge already ruled on the case and all the evidence is in already. The only problem is with Maggie's testimony. Yeah, it doesn't sound very good for us, huh? Look, pal, I've got a mountain of papers on this case to look over for tomorrow. So I'm just gonna say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's okay, she's a bit out there and a bit off sometimes. But she was a good cop. That's not exactly complimentary, you know? So what do you think really happened? Just how contradictory is her testimony? The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is that the number of people at the table. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maggie still insists there was another guy sitting with the victim. Right, but get this. Everyone else in the place says the guy was alone, even the chef. And then there's that CD. CD? There was a sample CD on the table, sir. But our guys turned that place upside down. There was no CD. What? Not on the table? Not anywhere in the whole restaurant, pal. But didn't Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece too? Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in his pocket. A radio? Didn't he have a CD player? You got it. Your phony never explained that contradiction at all. Come to think of it, the owner of Tribune didn't mention that CD either. I don't know why, but I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. Also, that earpiece looks nothing like a CD player earpiece. I'm just saying. So I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim? Glenn Elg, he was a computer programmer. A programmer? He was just a regular Joe working for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder, pal. Yeah, Maggie also claimed to have never seen the guy before. So did the victim go to the restaurant often? According to the chef, not according to the chef, said it was the first time he'd seen the guy. A programmer and a first-time customer at that. One possible reason could Maggie have had to kill a guy like that? That's what I thought. But a motive was still somehow established in her trial. You're kidding! What was her supposed motive? Sorry, pal, I'm really busy. I haven't got enough time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay? What could this motive have been? What's with the funny look, pal? I was just her. I wasn't anything like... Look, sure, I was her boss when she was doing her training, but that was it. Nothing happened. Gumshoe sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. So that's it. Our big old Gumshoe has a little old crush on Maggie. I don't like her or anything. I was... Note to self. Gossip with Maya about this later. I'm screaming. Look, pal, don't tell anyone, okay? You gotta keep it a secret, got it? Sure. And would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey, tell your face, pal, not me. You'd have to be blind not to see what's on your mind. I'm screaming. What's that, a sports paper? Yeah, I found it in the magazine rack at Tribune. It's dated the same day as the murder. Maybe on something here. You take a look at this. See this writing here? MC Balmer. Hey, what is it? I've heard that name somewhere before. Yeah, MC Balmer. Wow, he actually seems to be thinking for once. It's no good, I can't remember. And he goes back to being the Gumshoe we all know and love. Hey pal, I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get a handwriting analysis done on this scribble. Okay. Okay, real quick, we're gonna save because I'm getting hungry and we're gonna figure out who to raid. Let us see. I see Diva's on. I see Steve. Let's raid Diva, why not? Thank you for the raid command, Daisy. All right. I will see y'all back here on Monday for some more Final Fantasy / Mayo Monday. Making fun of Clive and talking about how Joshua is cooler than Clive. In general, griping about this game. All right. And if you're in the Discord, I will see y'all on Sunday for movie night. I forget what we said that we were gonna watch next movie night. Dungeons and Drag Queens, I think. But yeah, I will see y'all then, okay? Take care of yourselves. I love y'all.